Cut, cut all the bass frequency from this guitar in the house. You got my kick where it belongs, do you? You sure about that? Give me a little more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yes, sir. To our story. Yes, sir. Welcome in.
And then give beauty for ashes today and tomorrow, today and tomorrow, today and tomorrow. beauty for ashes. Today don't come, just one day. Today don't come, just one day. They said today and tomorrow. Today and tomorrow. Bring joy to many, harmony to many, righteousness to many, to many, to many, Real King Selassie, I love too many, harmony too many, spirit of compassion too many, too many. Beauty for ashes, and give them beauty for ashes. You give them beauty for ashes. King Selassie, I love King Selassie, I love too many, harmony too many, too many. One day, it's just one day, it's just one day, one day, today, no, just one day. They said today and tomorrow, today and tomorrow. Garment of praise.
welcome into our story. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Welcome into our story. Looking forward to another Thursday night. It is December 11th, 2025. Yes, indeed. And at midnight, it's going to be 12:12. At 12 midnight, it will be 12:12. Yes, indeed. Portal will open up tonight. We're going to get them beautiful ashes. Today and tomorrow. Today don't just come. It's just one day. Yes, indeed. Yet they say today and tomorrow. Ever living, ever fearful. Yes, indeed. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes, check us out online. Check us out on Facebook. Check us out on Instagram, Local 49 Media on Instagram. Check out Minister Lazarus as well on Facebook and Instagram at the Black Rose of Kush. Yes, indeed. We are here to learn. We are here to study universal studies. We're here to make it all make sense. We're here to follow the steps of His Majesty and bring ourselves to the reality that is happening before our eyes. So yes, indeed, yes, indeed. Welcome into our story. And definitely keep up with us, keep up with us. Like, share on YouTube. We're live on YouTube. So respect to other people out there on YouTube live and those who are listening later on. We just warming up this part of the segment of the night. We warm up a little bit. Then we get in with the prayer and with our national anthem also. And we get the night going with the lecture. Yes, indeed. So tonight, once again, this is part 3 of the God King, Taharka. Yes, we are moving from the energy of Taharka to His Majesty and making it on through to overstand our time, overstand the steps of His Majesty and what He did. We've gone through 2 segments already that is reinvigorating us to get into our self-study, knowing ourselves, understanding our reality and how we must maneuver within this time. So yes, indeed, welcome in, welcome in. Yes, check us out on Instagram at Local 49 Media. We have our link tree on there, and on our link tree, we have a whole plethora of things. We have where you can donate to us, where you can donate to our story, donate to Local 49, and also where you can purchase some of our products. Purchase the books from Minister Lazarus Nazareth, few books on Amazon, wonderful books, The Black Roses of Kush. Yes, indeed, the 7 Queens. Yes, yes, yes. We got Temple Billing on there. Temple Billing 10, the study key. Yes, indeed. So welcome in once again to our story. Welcome to our story. Yes, I just want to give a shout out to Rosh Shabali over in Jamaica. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That is House of Siba, Sacred Rastafari Space in Jamaica, in Trelawney, over there in the north side. Welcome in, welcome in. All right. Also on our link tree as well, we got some CMOS products. We also have sea moss gel infused with fruits and certain herbs as well, vital herbs. If you're into your herbalist studies, this is some vital herbs that'll definitely be great for you. That is Uplift Sea Moss on there as well. Also has some music on there from Real Water No Tap, and got his album on there, Fresh Off the Rocks. Local Savannah artist. Check that out. Check that out. Great music. Also, we got our shirts on there. Our shirts of Local 49, the L49 tees. Check them out. Positive shirt with some positive vibrations, positive affirmations for you to wear. Giving out that culture, giving them that new stance about that Ethiopian look. We are Ethiopians of the Empire of Ethiopia. Yes, I. And also check out our official website for the EWF. That is TEWFINC.org. Yes, indeed. You can find out more information about the Ethiopian World Federation and how you may take part in this wonderful gift that His Majesty gave us. So here is where we learn about the different things in history that led us to this point. And on there, you can find out more information. You can find out how to join. You can find out more about the mission and the history and the uniqueness. And definitely check out our YouTube page. We have tons and tons of material, hours upon hours. You know, if you're into the lecturing and you understand the validity of this lecturing, we got tons and tons of material for you to comb through and get through and learn about thyself. And definitely look it up for yourself. Book references, video references, definitely setting the pace for everyone to get into that search mode. So yes, welcome into our story. Welcome into our story. Yes, I'm gonna have the anthem in one moment. Give thanks.
Remember when using AI meant copying and pasting prompts into ChatGPT?
Got to be in that land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia.
Well, I'm on a little technical difficulty to be right up.
The land of our father, the land where our gods ought to be. Like bees to a hive swiftly gather, Jah children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing.
Yes, yes, yes. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes, welcome to our story. Yes, and we will have us a musical prayer tonight, this evening. And after that, we will begin. Welcome in once again. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, yes. Love, 12, 3Ds. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Divine, divine. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that was our prayer of song. Our chaplain is here. So, chaplain, if you give us a short prayer to solidify the word, sound, and power. Negusa salam. Welcome in, welcome in.
Nugusa salam. Leku lekemu. Malcolm Nagatu. Apakudus Katamawe. Katamawe. Haile Selassie. Yam. Exhibia. Stila. Stila. Psalm 72, verse 1 through 19. The reign of the righteous king. Give the king thy judgments, O Exhibia, and thy righteousness unto the king's son. He shall judge thy people with righteousness, and thy poor with judgment. The mountains shall bring peace to the people, and little hills by righteousness. He shall judge the poor of the people. He shall save the children of the needy. He shall break in pieces the oppressor. They shall fear thee as long as the sun and moon endure it. Throughout all generations, he shall come down like rain upon mowed grass, as showers that water the earth. In his days shall the righteous flourish, in abundance of peace, so long as the moon endureth. He shall have dominion also from sea to sea, and from the river unto the ends of the earth. They that dwell in the wilderness shall bow before him, and his enemies shall lick the dust. The kings of Tarshish and of the isles shall bring presents. The kings of Sheba and Sheba shall offer gifts. Yes, all kings shall fall down before him. All nations shall serve him. For he shall deliver the needy when he crieth, the poor also, him that has no helper. He shall spare the poor and the needy, and shall save their souls from the needy. He shall redeem their soul from deceit and violence. And precious shall their blood be in his sight. And he shall live. To him shall be given the gold of Sheba. Prayer also shall be made for him continually, and daily shall he be prayed. There shall be a handful of corn in the earth upon the top of the mountains. The fruit thereof shall stay like Lebanon, and the of the city shall flourish like grass of the earth. His name shall endure forever. His name shall be counted as long as the sun, and men shall be blessed in him. All nations shall call him blessed. Blessed be the Lord, Exhibia, the exhibit of Israel, who only do wondrous things. And blessed be his glorious name forever. Let the whole earth be filled with his glory. Abakudus Kanamawe, Haile Selassie Siam Exhibia, the might and power of divine peace of the Holy Kudus Trinity. Stila, Stila, Stila. Give thanks. Give thanks, share.
Yes, I chaplain, give thanks, give thanks. Welcome in once again to this our story. It is an honor to have you all in with us tonight. It is 12:11, 12:11. And at midnight tonight, it will be 12:12. Yes, indeed. So yes, indeed. It's all about love tonight. Love. Love. Yes, indeed. All right, Minister Ross Lazarus, our Foreign Affairs Minister. The floor is yours. Negusa salam.
Go salam, go salam. Yes, His Majesty is a Star King, a Sothic Star King. And this revelation is a continuity based on our natural divinity and our connection to the divine creator that lives and reigns in all things, in all people. The overstanding of our story is of an essence of freeing the mind from being complacent, freeing the mind from the fear of thinking it deserves, freeing the mind from the fear of I need to wait on God, and if I move, I'm not being faithful, forgetting that faith without works is dead. The blood of your ancestors is in you. You are them. They are you. The warriors and the warriors must rise in this time. We have a constitution. The Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated has a constitution that directly calls us to save ourselves from annihilation. To save ourselves from annihilation. Now, I remember being in Little League sports, and the coaches would call us to summons up that strength, that power. Boy, that thing in your blood. Y'all hard. Y'all tough. Boy, you know what's in your blood. So you're being called forth on that same level to summons up that ancient spirit in you that has overcome many, many great things that seemed impossible to overcome, but you have overcome them. So we reveal our history to summons up that strength, as His Majesty had so commanded us to do. Teach them of their ancient culture, teach them of their ancient history, and they will remember the heroes, and those stories will become the spirit that lives in them. They will rise in that spirit. So we go through these Thursdays, our story, to summons up strength, to formulate power to overcome our divisions, to find the mental fortitude to rise past our differences and see our oneness. And see, when we come together, as Marcus Garvey said, if we come together, it would only take 24 hours. So we're going to begin with getting our mind in a certain spirit. We looked at this a week before, but I think it's the best occasion before we start reading. And it's just to set the plateau of where our minds should be envisioning. Because remember, they've taught us flatline. Our ancestors spoke in dimensions. They spoke in science. So the revelations that we're dealing with is a dimension of science, a dimension of knowledge of ourselves. So it's not flatline. So let's begin. Let's begin with our ancestors.
I recently purchased the most popular glucose meter online and decided to test it with you. If you have diabetes or no...
Instead of suppression, the very architecture of the internet might bear African fingerprints. They said they came to teach us to read and write, to lift us from darkness into light. But Africa was never mute. Before a single European pen scraped paper, the continent was already alive with meaning, in gesture, in color, in rhythm, in sacred sign. Our ancestors did not need letters lined in rows to hold knowledge. They carved, painted, wove, and sang information into the world itself. Communication was not a mark on a page. It was a living pulse, moving through the hands, through the drums, through the eyes of those who understood. Among the Yoruba, messages travelled not through ink, but through Aroko, the language of objects. A handful of cowries, a feather, a fragment of cloth, a bit of chalk, a knot of palm leaf, arranged in precise order, each symbol carried a statement, more layered than any paragraph. A white feather could announce peace. Two feathers crossed might warn of betrayal. A cowrie placed beside a kola nut might declare love or alliance, depending on who received it. Aroko was logography embodied, three-dimensional writing you could hold in your hands. No outsider could decode it without cultural initiation. Meaning depended on context, memory, and relation. It was encryption by intimacy. A message could never be divorced from the moral universe of sender and receiver. In that way, the Yoruba system anticipated not just data transmission, but ethical protocol. Truth and trust were the passwords. Across the Gulf of Guinea, the Akan of Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire perfected another visual lexicon, Adinkra. Stamped in black ink on crimson and gold cloth, the symbols were philosophy condensed into form. The spiral of Sankofa urged, return and fetch it, learn from the past. The clenched ram's horns of Dwenemen reminded rulers that strength must bow to humility. Gainiame, the sacred swirl, meaning except for God, pulsed from palace walls, stools, drums and jewelry, declaring the divine order that framed society. Each sign carried proverb, prayer, and principle at once. Adinkra was the ethics engine of an entire civilization, moral code as design language. To wear those symbols was to declare alignment with wisdom. The cloth was a classroom, and every garment a text. Travel southeast, and the walls whisper again, this time with the curving marks of Nsibidi, the ideographic system of the Ejegum, Efik, and Igbo peoples. Its signs record treaties, marriages, verdicts, proverbs, and laws. Before courts wrote minutes, Nsibidi encoded justice. Before police logged cases, elders traced symbols in chalk or carved them on wood to record verdicts. Initiated members of the Ekpe and Ekpo societies guarded the deepest meanings, an indigenous form of classified information. Outsiders could see, but not read. That secrecy was not exclusion, but protection. Knowledge required moral readiness. Modern cryptography would call it controlled access. Each symbol could mean peace or war, depending on how it was drawn and to whom it was shown. It was semantic compression, centuries before semiotics earned a name. Where Western writing split words from worlds, Nsibidi kept them married. Far to the east, the land of Ethiopia kept script alive in another form. Ge'ez, the liturgical writing of the Aksumite Empire, still alive today in church and scripture. Its flowing syllables are not fossilized relics, but living continuity, the oldest active alphabet on Earth, south of the Sahara. Northward again, in the sands of the Tuareg and Amazigh, Tifinagh inscriptions spiral across rocks, angular constellations of memory linking desert to star. Each mark, each dot and line, holds geography and genealogy in timeless balance. These were not forgotten attempts at literacy, they were parallel evolutions, branches of a tree older than the alphabet itself. And to the south, in the lands of the Zulu, language itself danced in colour, movement, and rhythm. The Zulu did not carve their words into stone, they wove them into life. Meaning lived in bead and drum, in gesture and praise. A young woman might send her heart in the form of a beaded necklace, each hue a syllable of emotion. Black for union, blue for longing, white for chastity, red for passion, arranged in patterns so deliberate that an entire romance could unfold between two people without a single word spoken. These were not decorations, they were letters of the spirit, worn on the body like sentences of feeling. Every gift of beadwork was a private message, every color combination a code. And when the drum spoke, the hills themselves replied. The Zulu drummer did not merely keep rhythm. He sent messages across distance, compressing language into sound. Each beat a syllable, each pattern a signal, a kind of sonic encryption only the trained could decode. On the battlefield, the tilt of a shield or the crossing of spears transmitted orders faster than speech. The army moved like a living script, each formation a paragraph of purpose. Even the village layout, circular and nested, reflected a cosmology written in geometry. The kraal at the center, the ancestors beyond, the living orbiting between. Theirs was a language of symmetry, not alphabet. The Zulu world spoke in color, rhythm, and form, an alphabet of being itself. And between them, all beat the heart of calculation and divination, the Ifa system of the Yoruba. "16 printable Odu, each marked open or closed, combine into 256 patterns, 2 to the power of 8, the same binary structure that drives every computer chip on the planet. When the Babalawo casts palm nuts or cowries onto the divination tray, he is generating data, ones and zeros, light and shadow, male and female, yes and no. Each pattern unlocks a verse, an algorithm of ethics and destiny. Decision trees, random access, binary logic, all alive in a spiritual interface thousands of years before silicon. The machine age is only rediscovering what the priests of Ifa already knew, that truth emerges from pattern, and pattern mirrors spirit. Together, these systems formed a continental web of intelligence, visual, tactile, acoustic. The Lukasa memory boards of the Luba people in the Congo stored dynastic data in beads and carvings. A trained historian could touch the board and recite centuries of lineage, territory, and law. An analog database encoded through texture and color. The Dogon of Mali mapped the orbit of Sirius B, unseen by the naked eye, through oral mathematics so precise that modern astronomers still wonder how. African drummers layered rhythms as polyrhythmic equations, independent cycles synchronizing over time, parallel processing in sound. Each village layout in Mali or Cameroon spiraled fractally outward, each hut a miniature of the whole, recursive geometry that Benoit Mandelbrot would only formalize in the 20th century. Africa was not the cradle of civilization alone. It was the prototype of information theory itself.
Never ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a better way to get compensated that's fast.
Yeah. You could just lower your phone volume a little
Then
bit.
came invasion, wrapped in salvation. The missionaries carried Bibles, primers, and alphabets. They called our symbols heathen, our drums demonic, our knowledge witchcraft. They promised literacy, but what they delivered was reduction. The multi-sensory cosmos of African meaning was compressed into a single flat line of ink. Where once communication engaged the body and the divine, it now served bureaucracy. Letters replaced symbols, handwriting replaced ritual, memory became paper. The transition was not enlightenment, it was flattening. The alphabet brought efficiency, but at the cost of depth. It trained the eyes while numbing the hands, isolated the mind from the body, and turned knowledge from participation into possession. Europe called this progress because it mirrored itself in the mirror it had shattered. To teach Africans to read and write was not to expand their world, but to shrink it into Western dimensions. What had been oral, visual, and communal became silent, linear, and solitary. The colonizer's classroom outlawed the very media through which African philosophy had always moved. The Iroko messenger became a curiosity. The Adinkra cloth was reduced to decoration. The Intimidi script was driven underground. The Ifa tray was demonized. Colonial education replaced initiation with examination. wisdom with memorization. The alphabet became the iron chain of the mind. Yet knowledge cannot die, it only sleeps. The symbols lingered in art, in song, in the hidden language of masquerade and festival. The drummers kept time for the ancestors. The weavers stamped proverbs into pattern. The diviners kept casting, whispering to the unseen circuitry of the cosmos. What the missionaries could not destroy was the logic beneath it all. Africa's way of organizing the universe as a web of correspondence. That worldview waited patiently for a world ready to understand again. Now the same West that dismissed our symbols builds machines that imitate them. Binary code 0 and 1 is Ifa reborn. Data encryption echoes Ncibidi's secrecy. Pattern recognition, fractal design, machine learning, all rearticulations of African epistemology. The world is returning, unknowingly, to the logic of its origin. Artificial intelligence is the ghost of our ancient intelligence, reconstructed in metal and wire. The language of the ancestors hums beneath every circuit. What they called superstition was computation by other means. If colonialism had not interrupted that evolution, if Iroko had been developed alongside electricity, if Adinkra logic had merged with symbolic programming, if Ncibidi had met typography instead of suppression, the very architecture of the internet might bear African fingerprints. We might navigate systems of meaning guided by ethics, not algorithms of profit. Communication would still carry spirit. The tactile and the digital would never have been divided. The screen would be shrine. Literacy would not have replaced wisdom. It would have expanded it. But history took another path. The invaders feared what they could not read. Europe feared an Africa that wrote without words, reasoned without equations, governed through symbol and song. To label that knowledge primitive was easier than admitting it was profound. To erase it was safer than confronting its power. Because to recognize Africa's writing systems was to admit that the origin of human intellect, of logic itself, was blank. Now we stand at the threshold of remembrance. Across the continent, scholars and artists resurrect the scripts. Ncibidi taught again in Calabar. Adinkra, design reborn in global fashion. Iroko, messages reconstructed in Yoruba schools. Digital fonts recreating Tifinagh and Ge'ez. Software modeling Ifa's binary divination. The circle turns. What was buried returns through code and art. Africa's so-called past was never gone. It was simply waiting for a new interface. The truth is that Africa's communication systems were not pre-literate. They were ultra-literate. They exceeded the need for alphabet because they embodied connection rather than abstraction. To touch an Iroko message was to feel intention.
Opioid addiction doesn't have one face or one story, but there's always that.
To wear Adinkra was to live philosophy. To read Ncibidi was to participate in law. Meaning resided not on the page, but in the relationship between minds. That is the next frontier of technology. Not faster computation, but deeper connection. When machines learn empathy, they will have caught up to the drum. And so we remember the feathers, the beads, the marks in sand, the drum beats echoing through coded rhythm, the priest casting nuts into the tray, reading the dance of randomness until order appears. These are not quaint traditions. They are archives of human genius. They show that writing can be seen, touched, heard, and felt. That wisdom is not bound by alphabet. That civilization is not measured by paper, but by presence. What Europe feared, it tried to erase. But fear cannot erase truth. The symbols carved on calabash and wall still vibrate through our blood. The ancient codes hum inside our DNA, waiting to be spoken again. Each generation rediscovers a fragment. An Adinkra on a shirt, an Ncibidi tattoo, a melody that encodes a proverb. Piece by piece, the pattern reforms itself. When literacy replaced wisdom, Africa was not saved, It was silenced. But silence is not death. It is incubation. The knowledge that once moved through symbol and rhythm now moves through servers and screens, still African at its core. Every binary pulse is a whisper of Ifa. Every encrypted message echoes Nsibidi. Every design language replays Adinkra. Every emoji we send is a faint reflection of Iroko. Communication through shared symbol beyond text. So when they say, we had no writing, no science, no civilization, smile, because the evidence surrounds them in the very systems they now depend on. They are speaking African without knowing it. The future their machines chase is the past our ancestors mastered. And as dawn rises over a continent once silenced, the symbols stir again. In the marketplaces of Lagos, in the studios of Accra, in the archives of Addis, in the deserts of Tamanrasset, the old scripts are waking. The ink of tomorrow is carved in memory, and Africa is rewriting herself. Not in borrowed alphabets, but in the living geometry of her own soul. The irony is that the digital world is slowly circling back to the symbolic world Africa never left. The alphabet ruled the paper age, but screens prefer icons. We no longer read so much as we recognize. A face, a flame, a heart, tiny images carrying whole sentences of mood. This isn't regression, it's return. Humanity is relearning to speak through symbol, rhythm, and image, the same matrix of meaning that Iroko, Adinkra, Nsibidi, and Ifa perfected long ago. Artificial intelligence amplifies this shift. Neural networks don't think in words, they think in patterns, in clusters of association, visual hieroglyphs of data. The new languages being born from code will not resemble English or Latin, but dynamic fields of symbol and sound. In that sense, the future of communication may look more like an Adinkra cloth than a printed book. Africa's scripts were not relics, they were previews. What was dismissed as primitive is fast becoming prophetic. The world is only beginning to rediscover what the ancestors knew. That meaning lives not in letters, but in the connections between them. The world of tomorrow will not speak in paragraphs. It will shimmer in symbols again. The glass screens we cradle already hint at it. Icons, emojis, reactions, hieroglyphs of feeling. We scroll through miniature Adinkra, tiny Iroko offerings rendered in pixels. Each symbol carries more than its form. Context, tone, culture, rhythm. Humanity is returning, unknowingly, to the oldest literacy on Earth, Africa's. The ancestors never separated word from world. To write was to sculpt vibration into matter. When a Yoruba priest chose objects for Iroko, he was not composing a sentence. He was tuning energy. When an Akan elder stamped Adinkra, he wasn't decorating cloth. He was imprinting moral frequency on the body. When an epic initiate traced Nsibidi, he wasn't drawing signs. He was summoning witness from the unseen. Every act of communication was invocation. Meaning didn't live in the mark. It lived in the meeting between souls. Europe called this magic because it could not be measured. But science now circles back to magic's frontier. Quantum physics says, the observer changes the observed. African sages already knew. Perception is participation. Every symbol's power depends on who beholds it. That was Iroko's law, Nsibidi's secret, Ifa's design. The ancestors practiced relational data long before modernity discovered it. In Adinkra, the future hid itself in plain sight. The geometric spiral of Sankofa, bird turning to retrieve the egg, wasn't just a proverb, it was an algorithm for historical recursion. Cultures that forget themselves die. Those that loop back evolve. That is precisely what AI now does. Train on its own memory, refine through recursion, reach forward by turning backward. The bird of Sankofa and the loop of the neural net speak the same tongue. Everywhere you look, modernity mimics Africa. Circuit boards mirror fractal village plans. The user interface, with its rows of icons, resurrects Adinkra grammar. Binary code resurrects IFA's palm nut logic. Virtual reality mimics the masquerade, embodiment through transformation. Even the concept of the internet, a network of interlinked presences, is but the drum reimagined. Messages travelling through vibration, uniting distance with rhythm. Had colonialism not interrupted that flow, technology might have grown organically from ritual instead of conquest. Imagine an Africa that merged Ncibidi's symbolic depth with silicon precision, Aroko's tactile encryption with digital cloud security, Adinkra's moral clarity with machine ethics. Communication would have matured as communion. Data would carry dignity. Every transmission would ask, not only is it true, but is it right?
I recently purchased the most popular glucose meter online and decided to test it with you. If you...
The alphabetic world chased efficiency and lost intimacy. The symbolic world sought harmony and found depth. Now, as language collapses into image and motion, we feel the pull of our origin. We crave meaning that is seen, touched, shared, not merely read. The scroll of the timeline is just the latest mask of the talking drum. So the future will not be written, it will be patterned, and those patterns will look like Africa. Because Africa never confused literacy with light. The ancestors taught that wisdom is not what you record, it's what records you. The mark on the calabash marks the carver. The word on the drum resonates back through the player. We are each inscription and inscriber, script and reader, code and consciousness. That realization is returning like sunrise through fog, and the world will follow. It has always followed Africa, even while pretending to lead. Philosophers now speak of data ethics, of embedding moral algorithms into machines so that computation serves humanity rather than consumes it. But this is not a new debate. The African system solved it centuries ago. Every symbol in Adinkra carried an ethical charge. Communication was inseparable from virtue. A message could not be true if it was unjust. Aroko's entire logic depended on trust. The objects meant nothing without moral relationship. Ifa's binary sequences were not neutral. They were tools for aligning human intention with divine balance. The African concept of knowledge was never value-free. Wisdom without ethics was considered madness. Imagine if today's technology followed that principle. Algorithms that learn compassion as well as pattern. Machines that weigh spirit as well as speed. That would be the genuine singularity, the meeting point between Ifa and AI. The deeper truth is that African symbolic systems were early philosophies of consciousness. They treated thought as rhythm, memory as pattern, language as vibration. Modern neuroscience is only beginning to grasp what those traditions embodied. That cognition is distributed across the body, not confined to the brain. When the drummer plays interlocking rhythms, each limb thinking independently, yet coherently, he enacts parallel processing. When the dancer interprets drum speech through motion, she performs data visualization. When the storyteller chants proverbs in call and response, he runs a feedback loop that self-corrects through community consensus. The village itself was a neural network long before the term existed. And if we follow that line of evolution, the prophecy becomes clear. As communication evolves from written text to augmented reality, from linear sentence to multidimensional signal, humanity is approaching the frequency Africa never left. The return of symbol is inevitable. The new alphabets will not be alphabets at all, but constellations of image, sound, motion, and emotion, interactive fields closer to Ncibidi than to Times New Roman. Artificial intelligence, pattern-hungry and visual, will speak in icons and maps. The next literacy will be sensory, holistic, communal, an echo of ancestral design. The screen will again become shrine. Yet even as the world rediscovers symbol, Africa must reclaim ownership of meaning. The danger is that, once again, the forms will be extracted while the philosophy is ignored. We see it already. Adinkra, printed on luxury fabrics with no understanding of their ethics. And Sibidi, used as tattoo aesthetics without respect for its laws. The Ifar binary, exploited as novelty in digital art. The task of this generation is to reroot technology in its original soil, to teach that a symbol is sacred contract, not ornament, to remind the world that beauty divorced from morality breeds hollow power. That reclamation begins with memory. It begins in classrooms, where Aroko is studied not as curiosity, but as early information design, where Nsibidi is taught alongside computer coding, where the Lucasa board sits beside the microchip as parallel archives of human intelligence. It begins in storytelling that names Africa not as the dark past, but as the illuminated prototype of the future. When a child in Lagos writes code inspired by Ifa, or a sculptor in Kumasi designs architecture from Adinkra symmetry, the circle completes. And perhaps one day soon, humanity will measure progress not by how much information we store, but by how much meaning we preserve. The ancestors already wrote that equation. Knowledge multiplied by ethics equals wisdom. Remove the ethics, and the result collapses.
I think that sets a good, stable direction of our minds in this process now. As we venture further, let me pull up this document. As I pull up the document, any feedback, any words from the video? Did it inspire you? Did it give you insight to look at certain things different? Floor is open. Any feedback on the video? Because we're talking about we, the black peoples of the world, our oneness, our unity, our connections, our science, the dimensions in which we wrote and prescribe and transcribe things which have been lost in this time. So the floor is open. Any word, anyone? Some feedback. I went a little too far. No feedback, anyone? That was a long kind of video we watched. It gave a lot of information. We're going to talk about the story of the Dogon. We're going to talk about the Akan. We're going to talk about the Yoruba. What do they all have in common? You know, what is this story that they all have in common? And how does it measure into what we're discussing? Anybody know what they all have in common? The Dogon, the Akan, the Yoruba. What's the you know, we can't, one major thing, they all black. We already know that. But what is another thing with their history and their story? What is the common story? that the Dogon, the Akan, and the Yoruba all have. Anyone know? Can you hear me? I know somebody got an idea. Cher, do you got an idea? Wow. Okay. The one thing that the Dogon, the Akan, and Yoruba all have in common is they tell the story of their fleeing from southern, what we call North Egypt, fleeing from there because of invasions. They all carried the same historical story, and that their priesthood comes out of Kemet. And we touched on last week a topic. Yeah, and I have to touch that just one time before we go into this. Hold on. We touched on a topic, and well, they put the Dagon here now in this form, but let's go back. So when I asked the question about this symbol, trying to find the exact symbol I asked the question on. That was a small picture of it up there, but it's one in stone. When I asked the question of this symbol, and if we were aware of what this was representing, and we spoke about, the 7 gods represented under the Anluku. So here you have the fish god, and it's called Dagon. But in the Dogon tribe, they speak of the fish god no more. And when you deal with original symbols, even for what they would say for Christianity, there was once the first symbols, even when they did Serapis, they still were carrying the 2 fish. Some say, going to the pistas with the Catholic and all of that as well, but there's an origin component. So if you look, you see here the pine cone symbolizations. Many of you are aware of that. But this is not a by accident coincidence. And you know, most of the time we do a by accident coincidence. Let's just go to see if it gives some images. So the Dogon have a normal, or they still show the Dagon. I thought they would have showed the drawing picture. So the Dogon normals are ancestral spirits, mythical beings central to the Dogon people's religion and cosmology. In the Dogon mythology, the normal are celestial amphibious beings sent by the creator god Amma, who are associated with water creation and cosmic order. They are sometimes described as having fish-like characteristics and are believed to have provided the Dogon people with knowledge about the universe and the stars of the Sirius system, although the origin of this knowledge is subject of debate. So, Dagon, fish god. We'll line that up. We're going to come back to that. But we're going to go ahead and get into this element. As Ross Kimian said, it's all about love. It's all about love. Temple Building 7. Alcon, Alcam, Alkim. Alchemist. To those who have the eye to see and the will to be, we greet thee in love. Life operating or life originally vibrating equality. So be careful of strangers you meet, for some people have entertained angels unknowingly. The measurements of a man is 144 cubits, the measurements of an angel. In the gift of ionized travels, a reasonment was given that we share now with thee, O cosmic one, travelers of the to be, of the will, let thy will be done on earth. On earth must be seen in the parable of Peter being called to walk on water. Let us look through the third eye, for it is not just water, it is a sea. See? Now many must reason this in a mundane way, but Jesus calls for Peter. Jesus is an example of a black man, for his name has been changed from its original, and he has been used against his own people. Yes, the indigenous, Asaya, Asiatic, African black man name has been changed. Then he has been used against his own to cause their mental, physical, and spiritual enslavement, stopping the will on earth. But Jesus, the black man, comes into knowledge of himself and tries to call his brothers and sisters out of the boat, the slave boat, calling them out of mental, physical, and spiritual enslavement. But as you know, when a person is out in the middle of the ocean, the sea, its powers look so massive and unchallengeable, just like the challenge to overcome the powers that be, that mentally, physically, and spiritually enslave us. Many see the dominion of their slave master too great to overcome, so they are afraid to step out of the slave ship. They claim to walk in faith, but is fear their faith that keeps them within the plantation, the slave ship mentality? Is it what keeps them afraid to step out of the matrix, the triple darkness, afraid to come forth? Iadrins and sistrins, you must come out of the slave ship. The words of this reflection seem so vast, like the ocean, the sea, but it is a true walk in faith, to let the will be done on earth. Reflect when the universe, the one which you sent, meteorite showers bringing destruction to the earth. The royal bloodline went within while the keepers of the way fled to the caves, while the betrayers, of the way fled to the caves of their minds. Yes, their minds. As within, so without. This physical story represents also a spiritual science. The universe represents the law of nature when our mental, physical, and spiritual ways are made in ignorance. The universe, nature, strikes us with mental, physical, and spiritual imbalances. Meteorites, earthquakes, illness, shaking the foundation of our life, Foundation. What does this mean to you, O cosmic ones? For now we must reflect on our foundation. So we trod upon the path of the lion and the serpent. He who dwells in the secret place of the Most High, Psalms 91. Moses went up into the mountain to commune with the Most High. In Ezekiel chapter 43, the mountain is explained to those who can see and hear the angel. This is the law of the house. Upon the top of the mountain, the whole limited thereof round about shall be most holy. Behold, this is the law of the house. Ezekiel 43, verse 12. As you have been called, O cosmic ones, we, the keepers of the living temple, come to give you life more abundantly and to teach you to transform the lead to gold. We are now led to alchemy to overstand this lion's and serpent path. Psalms 91, verse 13 through 16. Alchemy, alchem, is the biblical chord, Lamech, alchem. This is high science of alchemy, leading to the power of the Trinity, the three higher bodies, the three wombs of Hiram, the three higher chakras, the three sons of Lamech, the three sons of alchemy, Mercury, sulfur, and salt. Haile Selassie I means power of the Trinity. To know manifested truth of Haile Selassie I is to know thyself. But, O cosmic ones, to know is unfruitful, for knowledge must be applied. Then it is wisdom, 1 and 2. The wise head. From this understanding is seen. The child, the son, the fruit. So this reflection is applicable knowledge. But before I further these travels from application, we must understand our story. Therefore, let us enter into the cipher of historical position of the 18th dynasty with the biblical characters, in which we will find out that the characters are personifications of positions, titles of several members of the 18th dynasty. Let us study this diagram, this map, demonstrating the Sobek dynasty, Sobek Nefru, Sarah, the princess, and the Hyksos migration to Kemet. This is the story of Abraham. So the Sobek dynasty in the 12th and 13th, historically, they declared that it had a broken point where They were under change of power was being overserted, and there was no male heir. So Beck-Nefru had to search for a companionship to marry. There was no male component. The key in this is there is a distinction made clearly in the story of the Bible. In the story of the Bible, Sarah, Beck-Nefru, the princess, when she comes into Kemet, she is honored. When Abram comes into Kemet, he's in fear. Abram does not say he is married to Sarah. He chooses to take her birth lineage as his protection. He is her brother, rather than say he is her husband. Now, the key to this is in this story of Abraham, there starts the story with Terah, or Terah, a lot. And the War of the Kings, where Melchizedek is involved. But now we have Abram with Sarah coming into Kemet. And this whole story leads to a birth lineages that come in, Isaac and so forth and everything. And then it leads into your Jacob and into your Moses. And when we get to the Moses story, we start to decipher the signs and the symbols in the story. And we'll make it clear to show the keys. So the fallen ones have been coming out of the caves and they're coming down. And there's an insurgent and new things coming up in the upper regions of what we would call the Sobek or the Sumerian areas. You get in the Abram story that they flee down back into Kemet, but coming right behind them is the Hyksos. So Abram, Sarah are coming down, but the Hyksos are coming down around the same time because they're coming down in the 12th and 13th dynasty. The Hyksos take over in the 13th dynasty. The Hyksos rule till the 18th dynasty, supposedly 200 and something years. Abram symbolizes the royal Sobek dragon dynasty's return to Kemet because of the fallen one's invasion in Sumer and Ur. The Gilgamesh epic speaks of Enlil and Enkidu, sons of Anu. Anu is the city of On in Egypt, Kemet, establishing the link to Sumer and Ur. The Sobek dynasty represents an ancient dynasty from Ethiopia called the Typhonian dynasty. This is why in the Bible it shows Abram and Sarah The dynasty's royal family and Sarah, the princess of Bet Queen, traveled, reestablishing family ties, the marital alliance, because Israel and Ishmael, both names of Isis, the Great Mother, the teaching of the pre-dynastic Typhonian wave of Ethiopia. From here, we are able to go to the fact that Abraham, Ram, Hiram all represent royal lineage, and Melchizedek met Abraham after the Battle of the Kings. The Ram, or Mun-Ra, the priest kings of Amun-Ra, is Melchizedek. The Highness, a royal title, Amram, is the father of Moses. But history shows that at the time of Moses, the Hyksos had taken over Egypt, Kemet. So Moses, Musa, is a question of historical position. Let us go further. Amram is also called at times Ram. Ram is also said to be the father of Aminadab. So does Moses and Aminadab have the same father? Or does this mean something different? Let us do this. Moses is Akhmoses, the representation of the beginning of the 18th dynasty, removals of the Hyksos. Now look, Aminadab is the father of Nahshon and Elisheba. Now look, Aminadab is the father of Nahshon and Elisheba as explained in books 4 and 6 through 6. In review of the book of Genesis, the Grail of Kings, it is shown that Aminadab is also known as Amenhotep. Now you cipher this. Akhmoses I and Nefertari have a son named Amenhotep. Is also known as Unkenten, but most scholars say that Amenhotep III, Unkenten, is Moses. They are correct, for Moses is a historical position, a personification of a historical key to the 18th dynasty. Now, the number 18. Remember, everything signs and symbols. And you were taught that the word was lost. The 10 tribes were lost. "18" is the letter R, ruler, a measurement. A measurement. The 18 was considered with the cubic measurement, from the elbow to the top of the hands to the fingers. The cubic measurement. But 18 was attributed to the 18 missing years. That's the Aquarian gospel. That's the Circle 7 Quran. So Noble Drew Ali brought the Circle 7 Quran and he declared himself a Moabite, a Canaanite. Remember, the original temple of the Moorish temple, the original Moorish temple it was called the Canaanite temple. What was he trying to say? And then he declared himself a Moabite. And 18 missing years is a code. Jesus was supposed to be 12 years old when he was speaking with the elders in the temple, and he disappears from 12 years old and returns at 30 when he is baptized by John the Baptist, or the ion, the atomic energy. So the Yeshua comes back after 18. But 18 is a measurement, it is a code. What is it a measurement of? What does it symbolize? What is hidden in that code? What is hidden in that number? So when we go to the 18th dynasty, the 18th dynasty is a part of the code. It's not by accident that the code for the 18th dynasty is the time period, according to the Quran, when Mary, the mother of Isa, Mary, the mother of Isa, the daughter of Amram. What? So the Quran places Mary, the mother of Isa, places Mary and Jesus in the time of Moses. So the code of saying missing years and then saying Jesus traveled through all of these Cushite Kemetic temples all around. And I say Cushite Kemetic because that's where he went, according to the Quarian Gospel, according to the Circle 7 Quran. So it's an encodement. So when we just looked at all of the different languages and things of Africa and the different things, these temples of knowledge, it was an overstanding to go through all of the temples accepting the knowledge. It wasn't a violation. It wasn't that was the way of the divine Christ. That was the of the divine mind. So the story is kind of conveyed in a way there, but it's not really being all the way conveyed to the people. So let's go a little further. So you have the cipher of Akhmosis I and Nefertari. Who is this? Akhmosis I and Nefertari. Why is this important? Because when we talk about Israel and we say, okay, the 18th dynasty is what you're talking about. Huh? Yeah, when you say you think you're talking up in the biblical construct in those time periods, you're talking about 18th dynasty. Well, in your construct of saying Israel, there's a terminology that you began with God, by you, what you call God is Yah. 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 Jah. And what is the origin of this name? So when we say Akhmosis, Israel, times, let's get a clarity first. Let's look at some interesting facts. I think I still got it open. Well, hold on. Let me do this first. Akhmosis I. Look at that. Amis, meaning Aya is born. Was a pharaoh and founder of the 18th dynasty of Egypt in the New Kingdom of Egypt, in the era in which the ancient Egypt achieved the peak of its power. His reign is usually dated to the mid-16th century BC, at the beginning of the late Bronze Age. During his rule, Akhmosis completed the conquest and the expulsion of the Hyksos, restored the Theban rule over the lower and upper Egypt, successfully reasserted Egypt's power in its formerly subject territories of Nubia and Canaan. So Akhmosis reaches all the way up to what you call Jerusalem. So a lot of times we disconnect the Canaanite reality from Egypt. But it's not. He then reorganized the administration of the country, reopened quarries, mines, trade routes, and began massive construction projects of the type that had not been undertaken since the time of the Middle Kingdom. This building program culminated in the constructions of the last pyramid built by the native Egyptian rulers. Ahmose's reign laid the foundation for the new kingdom, under which Egypt's power reached its peak. His successor is Amenhotep. His wife is Ahmoses Nefertari, but it's Nefertari, but she holds the title of Miriamun. Miriamun, beloved of God, the wife of God. Miriamun. Mary. 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 Let's do one thing before we go too far. Ahmoses meaning the moon. The moon is born. So we're going to Aya. Let's look what Aya says. Aya is a lunar deity in ancient Egyptian religion. The word simply means moon. It is also transcribed as Yah, Jah, Ah. So it was Ahmes or Ahmoses, meaning this would be your Yahweh. This is your Yahweh. So Yah. But why is Yah important? What is the key about your Bible? Let's look at this. Look at this. Your Bible is written in lunar knowledge. Your sacred days of the Bible, what you think you're reading about, is lunar science. Why is that important? Why is that important? So we going in on another level tonight, y'all. Y'all hold tight with me. I'm asking somebody to help me read a little bit here while I warm myself back up a little bit. Hold on. Because I need you to keep with me. So I'm talking about Ahmoses, but remember now, I'm speaking to you in the dimensions of our ancestors, because remember, the people are science. The people are science. Everything that was written about the written truth of the science that these ancestral beings walked in. They're archetypes of the science, and the stories of us is all about the science and everything for us. So Yah, Ahmoses is where you get Yah from. And we're going to go deep into Ahmoses to get a clarity about it, because we just read a little something on Ahmoses, and we spoke on his wife Nefertari being Miriamun, Mary, and the Quran saying Mary, the mother of Isa, the daughter of Amram. And Amram is the father of Moses, which places Mary in the time of Moses. Mary in the time of Moses. But Moses, according to the Ethiopians' king's list, is Dejahuti. The Dejahuti of the 18th dynasty is Ahmoses. He was also known as Thutmose or Thoth. So he was initiated in the Thoth order. So he was a king priest. So Moses was a king priest. So let's get the understanding of Yah in lunar science and in the Bible. Because when we talk about our ancestors with that Uraeus on their head, on their crown, and then we start talking about the Naga and we talk about the third eye. See, we're talking about the science, but we're talking a correlation with the stars and the frequencies according to it and birth things. So this is science that our ancestors dealt with. So now when we see that the scripture is written in this form, so it's written in a dimension. So you've got a history, our story, encoded in characters, and our science interwoven. But because they write on a literal level, they were unable to decipher it other than, see, the priests are giving it to them, but they can't decipher it because they're reading on a flatline literal level. So they're decoding on next level. Let's just say that. So we're going into a book called The Man, God, and the Word Made Flesh. Some of you have heard of it. Very good book for you, especially if you're deep into the Bible. I would definitely recommend reading this as you take your journey into the Bible. So we're just going to try to gain a little knowledge from it. I'm going to go slow as you look at the language in it, because it's going to go through a lot of your little biblical things. So you can get an idea. All right. So, can I get somebody to help me read? Hold on, let me see if I want to start right here first. This is important because we just went through the Uranus and Saturn, Jupiter aspects that just took place. But I'm going to move it a little further. All right. Would somebody like to read for us? Trying to make it a little bigger. Chair, would you go enter a read for me right here?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Can
sir.
you hear me clear?
Yeah, I can hear.
All right. Books rejected by the Council of Nicaea and the other ancient books. Books of the Quran to Persia, Hebrew, meaning Passover, Esther, Solomon, Egyptian Book of the Dead, Adam, Eve, Enoch, Seth, Seventh Book of Moses, St. Thomas, the Doubter, Nicodemus, Ptahhotep, the oldest book known, the Kabbalah. Again, the researchers of such theological scholars are James Legge, LLD, first professor of Chinese at Oxford University, Professor W.M. Jennings, PhD, and Honorable Clement Allen of the Royal Asiatic Society. Besides several hundred who might be named, embracing the leaders of thought along the lines of original sources, all agree that hundreds, if not thousands of ancient manuscripts, tablets, and carvings undoubtedly prove that all races of people that have ever inhabited the earth have been have striven as best they could to leave records of the chemistry and give me one moment. Sure. All right, sorry about that. All right. Though along lines of the original resources, all agree that hundreds, if not thousands, of ancient manuscripts, tablets, and carvings undoubtedly prove that all races of people that have ever inhabited the earth have striven as best they could to leave records of the chemistry and physiology of their own bodies. Science, Egyptology, Indo-Aryan, Chinese, Japanese, Persian, or Sanskrit, all forever strove to solve the riddle of the human body. 700 years BC, we have the Shu King, China's oldest book. The Shish King, 600 BC. The Yi King, 1143 BC. Then came Confucius, 551 to 478 BC. The writings, statements, philosophy, and symbols of these witnesses of the truth of being corroborates our 66 witnesses in every detail. The writers of this book have in their possession a library of the ancient scriptures referred to above, and know whereof they speak. But as printing and bookmaking is well nigh prohibited by cost, we feel that we are not justified in lengthy quotations. Again, nothing really new can be added after the ne plus ultra statements. There is no other way under the heaven whereby ye may be saved except Jesus, Christ did and crucified. However, for the information of our readers, we will give the table of contents, volume 14 of the Sacred Books and Early Literature of the East, entitled The Great Rejected Books, Old Testament Apocrypha. 1. The Book of Adam and Eve, the Lives of Adam and Eve, the Apocalypse of Moses, the Slavonic Book of Eve. 2. The writings attributed to Enoch, the great prophetic book of Enoch, the lost book of Noah. 3. The Apocalypse of Baruch, his vision of heaven. 4. The story of Ahikam, the old Armenian version, the newfound ancient book, the New Testament Apocrypha. 5. The Gospels of Christ's childhood, the Protevangelium, or original Gospel of James, Gospel of Thomas the Doubter, the Gospel of Pseudo Matthew, and Arabic Gospel of the Infancy. 6. The Gospels of Nicodemus, the Greek Gospel of Nicodemus, a later Gospel, the Harrowing of Hell, the Acts of Pilate, the Letters of Pilate. Names. Names will be explained without alphabetical order, the object being to show that the 66 books of the Holy Book, were 66 statements by 66 different writers about the same identical subject, the human body, its chemical operation, and the planetary positions. in pinging to create and bring into physical manifestation the visible universe. Adam, red earth, or flow of spirit or energy, dammed up. Eve, mother of all living, ether or pure spirit, mother of God, water, fluid. Let's say. Cain, what is gotten? Acquisition, a spare, a smith, a worker. Able, transistoriness, breath, vapor, moisture, absorbed, killed by Cain. Seth, seed, seedling or germ. Man, see Adam. Woman, womb and or womb in man, mankind. The regenerative womb or manager of the solar plexus. See Bethlehem, house of bread. Nod, flight, Cain absorbed, killed. Abel, moisture, and vegetation sprang up. Shoot, movement. Wife, marriage of earth and water. Joshua, Jehovah in salvation, son of Nephesh. Moses, drawn from the water, fish. Abraham, high father, father of elevation. Abraham, father of a multitude. Aaron, enlightened. Buddha, third eye. Hor, mountain of Aaron, situated on the east side of the great valley of the Abraham, the highest and most conspicuous of the whole range of the sandstone mountains of Edom. Having close beneath its east side, the mysterious city of Petra. All right. I gotta stop a little bit after this, Shay.
All right, all right.
Petra, rock city, south of Jericho. Edom, red. Edom or Odeme, pituitary body. Jacob, circle, heel catcher. Layer in weight, applied to the 12 zodiac signs in astrology, to the solar plexus in physiology. Leah, the first wife of Jacob, represented in astrology by several of the zodiac signs, namely Reuben, Libra, Simon, Scorpio, Levi, Sagittarius, Judah, Capricorn, Issachar, Gemini, Zebulun, Cancer, and Dinah, Leo. The names mean in Hebrew, wearied, weak, slow action, inferior, C cut. Rachel, second wife of Jacob, and Ewe, mother of Joseph and Benjamin, represented in astrology by Virgo for Joseph. Benjamin having a deeply esoteric significance. It represents the product. Benjamin, son of the right hand, son of the old age, called first by his mother, son of my sorrow. He was the only child to be born in Palestine, the Holy Land. In Smith's Bible Dictionary, we find this: the ark was in Benjamin. To esoteric students, the statement is significant. Plainly speaking, Benjamin is the name of Jesus and refers to the seed or the son of the redeemed. I'm gonna stop right here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else would like to take the lead? Remember, you're thinking as your ancestors, symbolism. You're catching symbolism, language. And it's all going to make sense as we go a little further. Symbolism, language, esoteric meanings. This is why we're reading it. You're opening your mind back up to seeing the codes in the matrix. Someone else would like to read?
Did we leave off on land of sojourners, Palestine? Okay, Palestine, land of sojourners, country of Israel, or Holy Land. Ararat, Holy Land. Abba, Father, parentheses, God. Absalon, Father of Peace. Ada or Adiah or Adi, ornament, whom God has adorned, refers to pituitary body. Adonai, Lord. Zoheleth, the stone, serpent, the rolling stone, the serpent stone, the stone of conduit. Gilgal, a circle or rolling away, the place where the 12 stones were set up, the place of the Passover, a hot, depressed district, says Smith's Bible Dictionary, refers in anatomy to the 12th dorsal vertebra, at which place the semilunar ganglion connects. At the point the seed or arc enters Jordan or the spinal cord.
It's going to come clear in a minute. We're going to break it down. Just getting you into the symbolism.
God man, the word made flesh. Jordan, the descender, the flowing river, a river that has never been navigable, flowing into a sea that has never known a port, about 200 miles long, rising from the roots of Anti-Lebanon to the head of the Dead Sea, the river of God. See Smith's Bible Dictionary. In anatomy, the spinal cord, the great nerve, which is supplied with fluid from the colostrum in the cerebrum. The Jordan was crossed over by Joshua, parentheses, fish, the son of Nun, parentheses, fish as well. Smith's Bible Dictionary. As Joshua and Jesus mean the same, we see by this that this is the place of the baptism of Jesus. See further reference to this. Only 2 fords are mentioned in the Bible. These in anatomy are the end of the spinal cord at the 12th dorsal vertebra at the base of the skull. Smith says that the true source of the Jordan is underground in Fiala, meaning vial or bowel, and on the right-hand side. It is from this cave, quote unquote, that the Jordan commences its course above ground. Compare this description with the anatomy of the head, and its meaning become clear. Smith tells us that the upper part of the slope is alive with bursting fountains and gushing streams that find their way into the Jordan. These in anatomy refer to the glands in the brain that connect with the spinal cord. Read in Smith's Bible Dictionary the wonderful description of this river. Gennesareth. Gennesareth, Gardens of the Prince, a crescent-shaped, moon-shaped plain on the western shore of Lake Gennesareth, which is also the Sea of Galilee. The Sea of Galilee is the semilunar ganglion through which the Sea of Jesus passes to reach the spinal cord. The Jordan enters in at the north and passes out at the south. It abounds in fish. Daughter, meaning bath, anything regarded as feminine. Galilee, a circle or circuit. Nazareth, shoot, sprout, twig. Capernaum, village of Naum, constellation, yeah. Cana, place of reeds, lungs. Jericho, place of fragrance, cerebellum. Journey of Joseph and Mary, the marvelous story of the journey of Joseph and Mary to Jerusalem to pay their taxes. Physiologically explained. On either side of the hold on my screen. Okay, on either what was that?
The thalamus.
Oh. On either side of the thalamus in the head is a gland known in physiology as the pineal or pineal on the posterior and the pituitary on the anterior side of the thalamus. The pineal is cone shaped and secretes a yellow or golden fluid. The pituitary body opposite it is ellipsoid in shape and contains a whitish secretion like milk. The fluids that are found in both these bodies come from the same source, namely the colostrum, which means barrier or cloister, and is referred to as cloister for the very good reason that it is that a precious and holy thing is secreted or secluded there. Saint Claus or Santa Claus is another term for this precious fluid, which is indeed a holy gift in the body of each one of us. The precious fluid, which flows down from the colostrum, separates, part going into the pineal gland and part to the pituitary body. And these being special laboratories of the head differentiate the fluid from the colostrum, and it takes on the colors above mentioned, and in the pineal gland becomes yellow, and in the and has electric properties. The pituitary body, having the milk-like fluid, has magnetic properties. These two glands are the male and female, the Joseph and Mary of the physical body, and are the parents of the spiritual son born in the solar plexus of each human being, commencing about the age of 12. This yellow and white material, which is the milk and honey referred to in the Bible, the children of Israel have been given the promise of a return to this land, flowing with milk and honey. At the last reaches the solar plexus via semi-lunar ganglia. See chart. The Bethlehem of the physical body in Hebrew. Bethlehem means house. Beth of bread. So house of bread. Beth is house of bread is Lehem. I am the bread of life, said the allegorical Jesus. And the solar plexus is the thimble-shaped depression, a cave or manger. And in this is deposited the psychophysical seed. The psychophysical seed or holy child born of this immaculate conception. This psychophysical seed is also called fish, as it has the odor of fish, and is formed in the midst of the waters, the pure water. Jesus is a fish in the midst of the waters. St. Augustine. Before birth, the human fetus, I guess, fetus floats like a fish in the fluids by which it is surrounded. And as is with the child formed on the generative plane, so it is within the spiritual child born in the solar plexus, the Bethlehem. Joseph and Mary, by furnishing the material for the spiritual child, which was to redeem the child or body formed in generation, paid the symbolical redemption money, Holy Ghost, Greek for breath. The breath demanding the pneumogastric nerve into the solar center, enters the manger which Joseph and Mary are, and where is Jesus, the seed literally conceived by the Holy Ghost.
All right, all right. So we're talking about science. Now there's a key because after this, it's going to be explained when this takes place. And there's a major key for it. But what we're listening to is that in every person, starting usually at the age of 12. So remember, Jesus disappears after the age of 12, and there's 18 missing years, and he returns at 30. See, so there's a measurement in the code and everything. So 30 is for the number Shin, and we're going to explain that in a minute, why that's important. So he returns with the Shin. Okay, so that's important when you see its signs and symbols. The story's not written in flat lines, dimensions. So to give you the keys, you're able to scale, you're able to measure the words, able to measure the story, because it's a dimension, so you have to measure it. So then it becomes a living reality. See, because they're speaking in the living science. So this is why when we go to osmosis and we go to this, we're telling you that in what we're calling the Bible, and then it comes in with Yah, the science of our ancestors was woven into a story, and they took bits and pieces of our real history and they created the characters. But then the characters still had to have some kind of attributes to be still kind of like an initiative story. They got 70 priests, 70 Kemetic priests to put together what they call the Septagon. It was based on science of Yah, lunar science. So the book is written in lunar holy days. Why is that important? It's constructed in the orders of yourself. So every person has every 28 and a half days where the moon goes into your zodiac sign. And during that period, your pineal gland will release a substance that will ignite with your pituitary, and it will become a seed within your spinal. It's a regenerative fluid. Your body naturally keeps regenerating you back to a certain level. And it keeps trying to activate you on the original level. Remember, the whole thing was what? Let's go back up one, because I wanted to stress that. I think it is right here. This is the yellow and white material, which is the milk and honey referred to in the Bible. The children of Israel having been given the promise of a return to the land flowing with milk and honey. So there's a promise of a return to this state. So that means there had to have been a fallen state. So what's the promise? Follow these codes. What's the codes? So when we start talking about idle and eating a certain way, this keeps your body alkalined. When we talk about certain frequencies, this stops your body from going into an acidic state, destroying that seed. So you have a lunar cycle. Every person has a lunar cycle. So there's a spiritual lunar cycle and there's a physical lunar cycle, meaning your body is feminine. It's a Beth. It's a female. It's feminine. It's a house. Your body is. See, so your body has a lunar cycle. The female in the physical form has a lunar cycle. What happens in her lunar cycle? The seed is released and sent down the tube. Now, before the seed is released, if the seed is fertilized, then it'll be sitting in the cave in the fallopian. There's a science going on in you that is reflective in nature. That's the language of the Creator. So if something says this is the word of God, then you have to see it in nature. It has to be a microcosm, macrocosm. So we're talking about science and nature. And what does it represent? And how does it represent? So the breath is important in this cycle. The alkaline state is important in this cycle. The chakral science is important in this cycle. Now you just seen this Joseph and Mary story. And this story spoke about the spinal column. And it spoke about the brain and a releasing of the seed into the spinal column. But what happens is this seed will circulate through and go back up to the brain, and it will ignite the pineal. That's if you preserve the seed. So there was a science of the spiritual transitioning and doing this process in a succession and understanding it in the fullness of the meaning. So this was activating your crystals, your Christ, your solar. So this was where you get a certain form of where some may have said solar worship. But it becomes the Amun-Ra, the hidden sun. So we're talking about a hidden sun. And this is the Amun-Ra. And this becomes your Jesus story. But it's woven with a historical story. And then the historical story holds the name to explain its connection right before us. So we just did Mary and Joseph there. Let's just do one more little thing. Let's go one more place. We're going to come back to this again. But we want to touch one more thing. Oh, got to go one more place here. Boom. This is the Kemetic tree of life. Some of you will see this in what they call the Jewish Kabbalah. But if you study, you'll find out that in the temple of Komobo, on Elephantine, this symbol is present in Egypt. Now, this symbol also is present in the symbol of what we call the flower of life. But what we're going to do is look at this right here first. The first set on this side is the Sebek, the Herukahuti in the Seker. But you have the number 3, 5, and 8, which is 16. So your first pillar is a 16. It's knowledge and your equality. You're as above, so below. So each one of these become a science in that, from the justice and so forth that you receive in life. But here in the middle, there's a mathematics here. And the mathematics here is 1, 6, 9, and 10. 1 plus 6 is 7, plus 9 plus 10 is 26. So this middle pillar is the number 26. That's very important. That's so important. But this is a Kemetic picture here. But this is 26, and this middle pillar is called the path of the Messiah. See, symbols speak a whole story, a whole dimension of a story. And the science is there woven right there. So it's the 26. And most of the time when we start our discussions with Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. Let us create man in our image and our likeness. So the biggest debate was always us, us, us. And we have always discussed that us is Elohim, plural. And that the Elohims in the ancient times was represented originally by the 7 Elohims or the 7 archangels. The 7. And we spoke before last week on the 7 in Sumeria. So this science is repetitive. And here we have this middle pillar, and we have 26. One brain, 26 vertebrae. We just spoke about that science, that travel of the Messiah, the seed. And it starts at 12. And we talked about the 18, the measurements, the ruler. The 18 missing years. 18 plus 12 is 30. 30 is for Shin. So the middle pillar is a 26. 1 plus 6 plus 9 plus 10. Yah-he, Vah-he. Yah is 10. He is 5. Vah or Wah is 6. And He is 5. "26. But when the Shin, the fire, travels up the middle pillar, that's the Kundalini rising, the chakras opening, the seed returning to open and ignite the pineal. So under the lunar cycles was a regenerative process. This science was supposed to be represented in people. And this was star knowledge, star connections, birth connections as well. But let's look at this middle pillar. Let's talk this story. The angel Gabriel comes to Mother Mary, I said, and tells her she will give birth to Heru, to the Messiah, to the Son. And the Son will lead people to the Father, Asa. This is the middle pillar. This is your New Testament. But this is a Kemetic story. But this is the tree of life. It's science. See, so we're not trying to, I want you to be seeing the multi-dimensions right before you. And we just read Man, God, and the Word became flesh about the pineal and the pituitary releasing the seed, the land of the milk and honey. Why is it the land of the milk and honey? Because this is the black dot. This is the melanin. This is the black dot. The Negro. This is the land of the Canaanites. They were the keepers of this. What is this? The land of the milk and honey is the science of a people who are called the Bethlehem, or the house of bread, the Bathsheba, the seven, the keepers of light. See, so you go to where they tell you the stories of the Sabaeans or the Sabians, and then it goes to the Sarceans, and then people take it from the Sarceans all the way to the Moors, and then the Berbers and the Twa, and then we forget that Lucy Danakia, who was found in Ethiopia, is supposed to be the mitochondria of all people. Even though she's in Ethiopia, she's Khoisan. She's Twa. And that the Ethiopian and the Twa have a chromosomal connection that's older than any other people. So here we have the angel Gabriel, the earth, going to the mother, 9. So it's science here. Let's use the 5%. Because it's a dimension. Our people are so intricately, so connected. This is why temple building was created, to make sure that our minds have no reason to be divided. We don't profess religion. We profess our story, which is the rock of all ages. It's the oneness. So even if we use supreme mathematics, the angel Gabriel, the angel, remember now, let's use the cipher. Let's use a whole cipher. The measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel, which is 144 cubics. 144 is Aleph, Daleth, Mem. That's Adam. So it's a code, it's a science. If you look at it literally, you miss everything. You miss everything. See, and it's not I don't want to speak it like that no, because if you understand this, then you know His Majesty embodied this science, this oneness, just as He spoke. And that's where you're supposed to lead your people to the unity, to the solidarity, to the understanding of their traditions and customs is one. Not profess an entitlement, a superiority, because that don't build no unity. Supreme mathematics, Angel Gabriel, knowledge of your cipher. So when you knowledge your cipher, so you start to knowledge your cipher, your existence, your circumference in your being. So you're awakening something. And so now you come to the born cycle. So you're informing your feminine nature, the Beth, the House, the Mary, the Aset, that you're about to give birth to your equality, your as above, so below, your 6 points, your Metron, your Merkabah, and you're going to ascend to your oneness, to your knowledge of yourself. See, one, Allah, arm, leg, arm, head. 6, equality as above, so below. But as you see me, you see the Father, the Heru, the Messiah. 6 letter is what? In the Kabbalistics, it's this number 6, so the 6th cipher, the Sephirah, is Teferet. It's beauty. And the planet assigned to it is the sun. So they said our people were sun worshipers. So right after the stage of the god, you have the Shem Horus. So this is a 26, the middle pillar, your spinal column is the middle pillar. You're the temple. You're the hidden temple. And when you access this and you access that pineal and you open that, then you come to your shalom, to your peace. And so the sun between Akmoses and Miriamun, Nefertari, Mary, the sun between Joseph or Asaseph, is a Menhotep, the hidden peace. The hidden peace. The hidden peace. Amenhotep was honored as a deity, him and his mother, and he was honored by the master builders of the temples as a mason. That's where your Masonical orders come from. This is where they stole it from. So in the Circle 7 Quran, in the lessons with the Moors, they say, what is the hidden name of Jesus that is said by the angels, the 144, those who are keepers of the measurements, rememberers of the call. What is it? It's Amenhotep, the hidden peace. So let's get back to this osmosis for 1 second. Well, let's do this first. Let's get some familiarity on some. I've pre-opened a few things, so I wanted y'all to get this. The 18th dynasty was Egypt's new kingdom peak featuring rulers like Hasshepsut, Tutankhamun, Akhenaten, and while Terahak was a pharaoh of the later 25th dynasty, 690-664, known as the Kushite or Nubian dynasty, who ruled both Egypt and Kush, modern Sudan. The transition isn't direct centuries, but both of these are Kushite lineages, Nubian lineages. This is why in the 26th dynasty you have Akhmosis II. So both under Terahak to the 18th dynasty coming down, they both represented building that connection, the upper and the lower, back together. Let's see. King Solomon reigned long after Egypt's 18th dynasty ended, but some theories propose he was a contemporary of the powerful 18th dynasty pharaoh, like Amenhotep III, by shifting biblical dates, linking his wealth and potential marriage to an Egyptian princess to Egypt's peak power. Though mainstream archaeologists place Solomon much later, aligning him more with Egypt's 22nd dynasty or New Kingdom era than the 18th dynasty. The 18th dynasty, a period of Egyptian power, included famous pharaohs like Hasshepsut, Thutmose III, Akhenaten, and Tutankhamun. King Solomon lived centuries after the 18th dynasty. So we're going to make a point while we making this point to look at this. Revisionist chronologists, some scholars suggest biblical timelines are off by centuries, placing Solomon and David during the 18th dynasty, contemporary with Amenhotep III to fit archaeologists' findings of biblical narratives like Exodus. Amenhotep III and Solomon proponent links of Amenhotep III's prosperous reign, with Solomon suggesting they were contemporaries and that Solomon's grand building projects were contemporary with the 18th dynasty's achievements. The pharaoh daughters, the Bible mentions Solomon marrying a pharaoh's daughter, with some links to an 18th dynasty princess. To explain his wealth and alliance through mainstream history views this marriage as occurring much later. Akhenaten links some theories comparing Solomon's religious shifts, introducing as foreign gods to heretic pharaoh Akhenaten's monotheistic revolution, both ending in religious backlash. Most historians place Solomon much later, during Egypt's third intermarried period around the 22nd dynasty, with his wealth and influence being tied to the regional power shifts rather than the heights of the 18th dynasty. Very important. So now let's go one more step to make these points. The Quran is chronology. The Quran is chronology. The Quran is chronology. Remember, the Quran is chronology. That's why it explains that there are two Moseses when we deal with the Moses in which they place in the Kemetic times and so forth. There's two Moses, but we're going to show the historical aspects in which it goes. In the Quran, Mary, the mother of Jesus, is identified as the daughter of Amram, and is addressed by her people, sister of Aaron. These descriptions have led significant debate regarding whether the Quran conflates Mary with Miriam, the biblical sister of Moses, Aaron, and the daughter of Amram. So people debate every day about why would the Quran call Mary the mother of Isa, the daughter of Amram, the sister of Aaron? Why would it do that? And if the Quran is right and exact, it's placing Mary in the time of Moses. It's placing Mary in the time of Moses. And it's placing Jesus now in the time of Moses. But there's a symbolical statement there. In the Bible, Moses is with a character named Joshua. But in Hebrew, Joshua is what? Floor is open. What is Joshua in Hebrew?
Yeshua.
Yahshua. What's the Messiah's name? Yahshua. So now we have Moses and Yahshua. But the Quran says Mary, the mother of Yahshua, of Isa, is the daughter of Amram, putting her in the time of Moses. In the time of Moses. In the time of Moses. So we go to the Ethiopians Kings list, tradition of history of Cush and Sheba, given to Mr. Ray by His Majesty Haile Selassie. His Majesty was not emperor yet, so he was just Ras Tafari, but they put Haile Selassie. The Abyssinian recognized. So in this, we always go that Ori and Aram, and the division between Ori and Aram, the battle between Ori and Aram and Cam. You say from the deluge until the fall of the Sinai Towers. Sinai Towers represents when people spoke one language. Then after that, they were dispersed and the language was broken. So you have to understand those significant statements, because those are time markers. But when we come down here, we get to the chronology life of Moses explained in summary. Ethiopian Orthodox traditions, true dates of Exodus. This means Moses was 52 years old in the first year of the king Paori II. According to the Alexandrian, consequently according to Ethiopian chronology and dates. So they put Hasaphat of the 18th dynasty. So they put in the 18th dynasty, Moses is said to have been called Hermes. Moses is Dejahuti. Dejahuti. Moses is Dejahuti. they call, say, Hermes. That's the Thoth. So we talked about Ahmosis, the Dejahuti, the Thoth. So now we're looking at Ethiopian chronology and history, and they're designating Moses to an Ahmosis. So now, what does Moses do? I want us to see what Moses does. I'm going to put this here. So Moses travels down and marries an Ethiopian woman, and they call her in the Bible Zipporah, and her father is named Jethro. But what does Jethro mean? So here they also deal with the construct of the Cushite, but we know that Keturah, Abraham, Midianites, but they're Cushites. So Zipporah was a Cushite. Her father is called Jethro, and he's said to be a Midianite priest. And they call him Jethro and also Rahuel. But Jethro is a title. It means excellency. Well, let me make sure I show it, because I don't want people to think I'm just making my word up. Let me pull the name up. Hold on. And see if they give us the whole definition. Should be etymology. All right, there we go. According to some modern scholars, Jethro was a title meaning His Excellency. His Excellency. His Excellency. So Moses goes down into Ethiopia and he marries really a princess, right? So let's look here. Let's just make sure we line this story all the way up, because I want you to ask these little bit of questions. I think I'm going too far. Where my osmosis at? Did I take osmosis down? No. Nothing beneath. Oh, okay. So osmosis, let's learn a little bit about him, because he does the same thing as Moses. What does he do? Osmosis travels down to Ethiopia. He was a member of the Theban legal house, the son of the pharaoh Senkreteo, the brother of the last pharaoh of the 17th dynasty, Thutmose. During the reign of his father or grandfather, the Thebes revolts against the Hyksos, the governor. A little bit of that is off, just a little bit. He's a son, but he's not a son from that way. He's a son-in-law. So let me go back all the way to that. That's the blessing of knowing a little bit of the history. So let me go here. I thought I had it open still. So Ahmosis is his name, but let me pull him back up. So let's do this. Boom. So Ahmosis is his name through his wife. She's the Cushite throne. She's the Ma'at. She's the Aset. She's the throne holder. She's the sacred mother. She's the beloved of Amun. She's the Miriam. And she's the daughter of His Highness, of His Excellency, Syncreteo. And his or her and the mother Akhotep the first, the royal sister, and wife to Akhmoses the first, so Nefertari gets her name goes to her husband. It's just like tribal names. And their son is named Amenhotep the first. So you have Akhmoses travels down to Ethiopia. Now I want you to see what they say about Nefertari. Look at Nefertari, beautiful and black. They can't hide it. They fought it about her. So I want to go down to the end. Queen Akhmosis Nefertari held many titles, including the hereditary princess, great of grace, great of praise, king's mother, great king's wife, God's wife, uniter with the white crown, king's daughter, king's sister. The queen was revered as the goddess of resurrection and was arguably the most venerated woman in Egyptian history. You looking for your Madonna? This her. This the Black Madonna of Athens, which became the Black Madonna. Who was Nefertari holding on her lap? Amenhotep the first. A donation stela from Karnak records how King Ahmoses purchased the office of the second prophet of Amun and endowed the position with lands, goods, and administrators. The endowment was given to Ahmoses Nefertari and her descendants, though she was the most prominent god's wife of Amun, Miriam, beloved of Amun. Separately, the position of the divine Adoratics or Doratics was also given to Ahmoses Nefertari. Records from a latter era indicate that this position she would have been responsible for all temple properties, administration of estates, workshop, treasuries, and all associated administrative staffs. Amenhotep I came to power while he was still young, as his mother Ahmoses Nefertari may have served as regent for him until he reached maturity. Because of her position as regent for her son, some speculated that she started the Valley of Kings. This is the Queen Mother now. Ahmoses and Nefertari are shown to be alive during the early years of the reign of Thutmose I. She is depicted in Nubia next to the viceroy of Kush, Ahmoses, called Toro, in the company of a newly crowned king and queen Ahmoses. A vast fragment found in KV-20 was inscribed with a double cartouche of King Thutmose I and Ahmoses Nefertari, and the epitome indicated that the queen was alive. A large statue of Queen Ahmoses Nefertari from Karnak may be the one of the last statues created in her honor before she died. Now, look at this. Ahmoses Nefertari likely died in appropriately the 5th or 6th year of Thutmose I. Her death is recorded on a stela with a wild priest called Nefer. The text mentions that the divine consort Ahmoses Nefertari, the divine consort, justified with the great god, Lord of the West, flew to heaven. Helka proposed that the annual cult holiday, the Shemu 14th, dedicated to Ahmoses Nefertari at Deir el Medina, may have commemorated the day of her death. The father of Nefer, was likely overseer of the royal works of the Aeneid, the oversaw of her burial. She was likely buried in Dra Abu el Naga and had a mortuary temple, and considered the placement of her coffin DB 320. Ahmose the Nefertari may have instead been the tomb's original occupant prior to his reuse of the cache. She was deified and became mistress of the sky, lady of the west. So the sky, the dawn, all those become important. I thought I was going to get to read where they deified her and her son. Hold on. And I wanted to read with our number one scholar actually said about her. All right, here it is. This is not the scholar, I'm still going to read it. Highlights of Moses and Nefertari and her son's deification as patrons of Deir el Medina, as well her worship as mistress of the sky, lady of the west, the goddess of resurrection. Joyce Tisdale indicates in 2006 that frequently in this setting she was depicted with black skin, which symbolized fertility and rebirth rather than decay. Sigrid and Hodel Hohen states in 2000 that her black skin color can be attributed to her role as deified patron of Deir el Medina, the color black being a reflection of the fertile earth and of the netherworld and death. 2011, Garcia Gestor-Stinger states that her black or blue skin color is a reference to her position as the mother of Egypt and indicated of her role as the goddess of resurrection, since black is the color of death, the underworld, rebirth, and fertility, as well as fertility land in Egypt. So a lot of people run around and say, I ain't black because that's a dead state. That's not, and our people ain't described ourselves or call ourselves black. Oh, man. And indicated of her role as goddess of resurrection, since black is the color of death, the underworld, rebirth, fertility, as well as the fertile land of Egypt. In 2003, Betsy Bryan wrote in Oxford History of Ancient Egypt that the factors linking Amenhotep and his mother with the necropolis region, which deified rulers and rejuvenated generally, was visually transmitted by representation of the pair with black or blue skin, both colors of resurrection. In 2004, Adian Dotson and Diane Hilton recognized in a later depiction of the Queen the black skin of a deity of resurrection in connection to her role as a patron, the goddess of the Theban necropolis. In 2009, Elenia Vasilel noting that in the wooden statue of the Queen now at Museo Igizo, the face is painted black, but the arms and the feet are light in color, argued that the reason for the black coloring in that case was religious and not genetic. In 2014, Margaret Bunsen wrote the unusual depictions of Ahmose Nefertari in the blue-black tones, a deification reflected her status and cult. In the wooden votive statue of Ahmose Nefertari, currently in Louvre Museum, her skin was painted red, a color commonly seen symbolizing life or a higher being elevated status. Now check what Sheikh Anta Diop, our master teacher, said. Early 20th century archaeologists made observations on Ahmose Nefertari, likely phenotype and genealogy, and also on the probable symbolical meaning of her most frequent representation in black or purplish black skin tones. In 1974, Sheikh Anta Diop described her as the typical Negroid. In controversial book Black Athena, Martin Breno intimated that members of the royal family to which Ahmose Nefertari belonged may have originated from Nubia. According to him, 18th dynasty pharaohs could have generally been referred to as black. Bernal's work has been embraced by the Afrocentrists but rejected by mainstream Egyptologists. Now, this is Ahmosis Nefertari. But I got it open, so I'm gonna go right back here first. Let me see, I still got it open. Where did it go? So they also call Mary a daughter or sister to Aaron. And the daughter of Amram. And they stress, O sister of Aaron. O sister of Aaron. O sister of Aaron. See, that's a code. They didn't just say that. This is a code. So we're talking about in the time of Moses, and we just said Nefertariach Moses, Nefertariach Moses. Moses went back to Ethiopia, traveled down to Ethiopia and met Zipporah. Moses traveled down to Ethiopia and met Nefertari. Moses and Joshua. But we're going to show another name for Moses that's going to clarify this. Because this name is going to make you understand Joseph and Mary. Then we're going to go through this Kemetic lineage so we can see why we're saying something with this. So you've got now Mary is called Aaron, sister of Aaron. And we tracked Nefertari to the Athenian, the Nubia, the Cushite. So this is supposed to be in the time of Moses, and let's learn something about Aaron's lineage. Let's see what's the other code about Aaron's lineage. There's a code about Aaron's lineage. Most of us don't know it. According to the Hebrew Bible, Phinehas, also known as Phinehas, was a priest during Exodus and the grandson of Aaron and the son of Eleazar, the high priest. And he distinguished himself as a youth at Shittim with the zeal against the heresy of Peor. Aaron's. Phinehas. Let's look at this name. Let's look at this name. The name Phinehas probably comes from the Egyptian name Pani Hasi. Now, the Nahasi, that's Ethiopian. But the Pani Nahasi, according to the Oxford Companion to the Bible also uses the Egyptian and Nubian, names for the land and its people. For the Egyptians used to these color variations, the term for southerners and neighbors was the Nihisi, the southerners, which eventually also came to mean the black or the Nubian. The Egyptian root Nahisi with the formative as a definite article appears in Exodus 6:25 as a personal name of Aaron's grandson, Phoenici, and the theological word of the Old Testament. Let's go a little further for this, because just making a point. Let's look at Phoenici and Kemetic. Panahisi, also spelled Panahisi, is an ancient Egyptian masculine name meaning the Nubian. It is suggested to be the original Egyptian form of the Hebrew name for Phoenicius. Notable bearers of the name Panahisi was the priest of Aten under Akhenaten. Panahisi is a priest during the reign of Ramses II. That's the term's king's list. Panahisi, the vizier under Meron Ptah. Panahisi is the vizier of Cush under Ramses XI. And the older version of the name Nahisi is a ruler of the 14th dynasty. Nahisi is the chief treasurer of Hasuphet of the 18th dynasty. 18th dynasty. But so why would Aaron's grandson be called the Nubian? Why would Aaron's grandson be called the Nubian? Aminadab was born about 1328 BC. He died and he was also known as Amenhotep. Aminadab was born about 1328 BC. He died and he was also known as Amenhotep, an Egyptian after his grandfather and parents Ram Ami and Kia Tahersi, the spouse or Trihara. Aminadab and Trihara were married about 1280 BC. Children's were Nahashan. Now, let's look at this, because a lot of you don't even know what I read just then. So, hold on, I should have just did this first. Do any of you know who Aminadab is in the Bible? Anybody? Anybody know who Aminadab is in the Bible? What you're about to realize is that 12 tribes is a science. 12 tribes goes back to the 12 kingdoms of Melchizedek. And when we go into Israel, where we start to designate as a Israel, it's not an Israel as where we think 12 tribes. There's only 2 tribes. It's the Judah and the Levi, the king and priest. That was it. Now, some may want to debate that, but we just read Aminadab, also known as Amenhotep. And and gonna get that through to understand that. Because Aminadab, which most of you don't know, is where your two most important tribes come from, Judah and Levi. Judah and Levi. Aminadab is a significant figure primarily known as an ancestor of both King David, Jesus, through the lineage and the tribe of Judah. He is also known as the father of Nashon, who was the father of the tribe of Judah during the time of Exodus, and as the father-in-law of the first high priest Aaron, since his daughter Elisheba married him. So Elisheba, Sheba, raise up Sheba. Sheba is the daughter of Aminadab that marries Aaron, that produces the Levi. His son, Nashon, produces Judah. This is three pillars, actually two pillars and a keystone. This is two pillars and a keystone. This is two pillars and a keystone. The father Aminadab is a keystone. Aminadab. Now, there is a whole code there in just that name. And here you have Judah, kingly pillar, and Elisheba, Levi, priestly pillar. Under the matronal, the priestly comes under the woman, Elisheba. But we just read that Aaron's grandson, Phanes, is what? Nubian. Hold on. So all of your story about David and everything going through Judah, going through Levi, is coming through Aminadab. His name appears between Ram, Amram, Hiram, Abram, Hiram. Let's get a better understanding, because here we are talking about Moses and Achmoses. And, let's get a little bit more clarity here too.
An IQ of 85 to 115 is considered average in the US. An IQ of 100.
What this meant was, in short, that if something was found by these archaeologists that could be used to support the scriptural teaching at the time, then we, the public, would be informed about it. Anything else was mythology. If it did not suit the interpretation, it was not destined to see the light of day in the public domain. That was 100 years ago. We still suffer from many of these types of regulation today. There is a hell of a lot discovered out there in these countries that we don't get to hear about. It's put under wraps, it's kept in closeted rooms beneath the museums, but we don't get to learn the truth of it. So what we're going to do, I think, today really is just to look at one example of a particularly monumentous find of that era, of the late 1800s. We'll look at one particular discovery, just to give you an idea of the sort of thing that has been veiled from us. In my opinion, this is probably the most important biblical discovery ever made. There is little, if anything, beyond academic and closeted circles that have written about it at all. Within the context of the book of Exodus, there's a significant mountain named in the Bible. It sits in the range of the Sinai Peninsula, which is an upturned triangle that's between Egypt and Jordan. It's firstly called Mount Horeb, it's secondly called Mount Sinai, it's then called Mount Horeb again, and that's the name that it sticks with as the story progresses. And the story, of course, is that of Moses bringing the Israelites out of Egypt, and they meet with Jehovah on the holy mountain of Horeb in Sinai. At the time of Moses, roughly 1360 BC, that sort of era, there actually was no mountain called Mount Sinai. We must know that at the outset. There wasn't even a mountain by that name in the time of Jesus, and not even for another 300 or 400 years did Mount Sinai exist in geographical record. The translation of the Old Testament that we have today was compiled in a little before the year 1000. It is actually 600 years newer than the New Testament that we have today. So, giving places names that they knew about in the year 1000, when the Crusades were thought about being launched and that sort of thing, they were giving places names that they knew at that time, not necessarily names that applied back in the time of Moses and the others, so that the people of that era would know exactly where they were talking about. Now, the mountain generally called Mount Sinai now sits in the south of that triangular peninsula. It was actually given its name and called Mount Sinai in the 4th century. A mission of Greek Christian monks decided to build a little mission there, and they decided that this was Mount Sinai of the Bible. It's sometimes called Jebel Musa, which means Mount of Moses. And there's a small Christian retreat there today. It's called St. Catherine's Monastery. But was that mountain that actually was the Mount Sinai of the Bible, or the Mount Horeb of the Bible? It transpires that it was not. Exodus actually goes to some lengths to explain to us exactly where this magical mountain was. The mountain that Moses and the Israelites went to on their way from Egypt across to the land of Midian. It tells us that they crossed the wilderness regions of Shur and Paran, and they came to this mountain. Well, in actual fact, if one follows the route on the map, exactly the route that's given to us in Exodus, that they are hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the Mount Sinai that sits on our maps today. In fact, they travel so north across Sinai that they are within hundreds of miles of the Red Sea. They actually crossed the strip of land at the top where the Suez Canal sits today. So it seems rather strange that they should have diverted by hundreds of miles to cross the Red Sea at a point where Moses had to part the waters. Wasn't the case. They were very north of that, and it tells us where they went across there. It tells us exactly where Mount Horeb was. The word Horeb is an Arabic word. It simply means desert. Mount Horeb was desert mountain. And desert mountain is something that has been well known for a long, long time. And at the moment, this time and for this century, it's been called the mountain of Serabit El Kadim, the prominence of the Kadim. This sits about 2,600 feet above sea level, exactly where Exodus tells us it was, on the route from Egypt, the land of Goshen, across to the land of Midian. Well, in the late 1890s, the British Egyptologist Sir Flinders Petrie of University College in London decided to apply to the Egyptian Exploration Fund for money to go and investigate this mountain. By 1904, he and the team were there. They were standing at the foot of Mount Serabit, and in the following year, Petrie published privately the results of their findings with photographs, records and maps. But he added to his notes to this publication that the report that he made, despite its funding source, would not generally be made public by the Egyptian Exploration Fund. The subscribers to the fund would receive maps, they would receive little bits of information, but the detail of what they found would not be mentioned at all. The officers would simply tell even their own members what they wanted to tell from the results of Petrie's findings. Why? Had he in fact broken some regulation of the articles? Had he found something that he wasn't supposed to find? And that's exactly what had happened. He discovered the secret of this magical, sacred mountain of Moses. A secret which not only made absolute sense of the portrayals that we have in Exodus, but which blew the lid totally from the common scriptural interpretation of that. Sinai was not a foreign land to the Egyptians. It was actually part of Egypt. It came under pharaonic control. So Moses and the Israelites, when they left Egypt and crossed into Sinai, were theoretically, for that moment in time, still in Egypt. Sinai came under the control of some particular public officials. One was called the Royal Chancellor, other was called the Royal Messenger, and these people governed Sinai. Moses' era was the era of Egypt's 18th dynasty, and in fact we know exactly who the governors of Sinai were in the 18th dynasty. We know their names, we know their families. The Royal Messenger was a guy called Nebi, and he was also mayor and troop commander in the set town of Zaru, which in fact was the chief town in Goshen where the Israelites had come from. It's where they spent their years in Egypt. The Royal Chancellor was held in the family of Par-Nihas. Tanahesi of this family was the official governor of Sinai at the time. The family of Par-Nihas goes right back into the kingship of ancient Troy. It's a family that moves through kingship all the way through history, and at that time Par-Nihas was governing Canaan. The Bible calls him Phineas. So when we read about Phineas becoming one of the first priests of the Egyptian church, of the Israelite church, this is Par-Nihas. This is the governor of Sinai, a very important man. Another thing to understand before we follow Petrie into the discovery is that there was an immense difference at the time, although the Bible doesn't make it clear, between a group of people called Hebrews and a group of people called Israelites. They weren't the same thing at all. The Hebrews were the family descendants of Abraham. They were descendants of his line, and in essence they lived in the land of Canaan and in Palestine. The Israelites were no more nor less than the descendants of one of Abraham's grandsons. This was the grandson called Jacob, who changed his name to Israel, who took the family to Egypt, where they spent many centuries before coming out with Moses. And this family were called Israelites, children of Israel, the founder of the family. So what we have to recognize about the story of the mountain of Moses is that when Moses came out of Egypt, he came out of Egypt with Israelites, not with Hebrews. The whole point of the story of the laws and the ordinances given at Mount Horeb, Mount Sinai, was really a part of bringing the Israelites back into the Hebrew community, a foreign land, where they actually had to learn new rules, new regulations, new laws, to be part of the family that they themselves originally grew from. So that's kind of where it sits. Israelites were not Hebrews. In time to come, the word Jews comes up in history, Judeans. They weren't necessarily Hebrews or Israelites, they were simply people who lived in Judea. Today, all of these words get roped into one, and they're sort of one people. So the Israelites had spent something like 400 odd years living in a part of Egypt, up there in the Nile Delta, in the land of Goshen, the city of which was Zaru. through 400 years, having no contact personally, hardly at all, with their Hebrew relatives in Canaan, they grew up in a completely different environment. They grew up in an environment that didn't have this single Jehovah God as their God. They grew up in a country with a pantheon of gods. It was the Egyptian law that they followed. However, being of the family that they were, they still hit upon the idea of following a kind of Hebrew concept. And they had a one God concept among themselves in Goshen. They simply called this God Lord, Adonai, my Lord. And this is one of the reasons why the names Lord and Jehovah crop up independently in the Bible. But we read them as if they're talking about the same person. For the most part, they're not. One God was the Lord, the other God was Jehovah. Jehovah was strictly for the Hebrews. To the Egyptians, the name Adon was pronounced Aten, A-T-E-N, and it's from that we get the name of Pharaoh Akhenaten, servant of Aten. This is a one-God concept which Akhenaten brought into Egypt just before the time of Moses. So even Egypt had within that Goshen area this one God ideal. Across the water, the Hebrews had the one God ideal, but it was a different God. So when Moses came into Sinai with the Israelites, they didn't arrive as worshippers of Jehovah when they got to this magic mountain. They were worshippers of Aten. And it was for this very reason, as I mentioned, that they were given a whole new set of laws and ordinances to comply with the Hebrew culture of their respective new homeland. So back to Flinders Petrie. He goes to the mountain, and he knows that there's going to be something there. Quite how he knows he doesn't explain, but he knows that this is the mountain, and he knows that if he looks hard enough, he's going to find a secret there. Well, to start with, they found nothing very much at all. But on a wide plateau, very near the summit of this mountain, they found things that made them believe there had been habitation there. There were things around that looked like buildings sticking out of this plateau, 2,600 feet up a mountain. There were great pillars, standing stones protruding out of a whole heap of rubble. So he decided to have a look and see what was underneath this rubble. This rubble had been deposited by winds and landslides over 3,000 years. But when it was finally moved away, Petrie wrote at that time, "There is no other monument known which makes us regret more that it is not in better preservation. The whole of this was buried. No one had any knowledge of it until we cleared the site." What they found high up on Mount Horeb, 2,000 feet above sea level, was an enormous Egyptian temple. 230 feet of it spread out above ground, another part of it spread out within a cave below ground, cut into the mountainside with shored edges and polished sides. And the various inscriptions and cartouches around this temple and on these walls and the standing stones led him to discover that this had been an operative Egyptian temple right back to the time of the very first dynasty of Egypt. We're looking at Moses in the 18th dynasty of Egypt, so that's going back a long, long way. This temple had been operative all through that time, 3000 BC. The above ground part of the temple was mostly sandstone, quarried from the mountain itself. It comprised a series of halls and corridors, shrines, cubicles, chambers, and of these, the features that are now open for inspection are the main sanctuary, the shrine of kings, the portico court. These are big. The hall of the goddess Hathor. The whole of this temple complex that Moses took the Israelites to, where they apparently met with Jehovah to receive the Ten Commandments and the new ordinances, was a temple of the goddess Hathor. She appears on release all around the place. The caves were cut into the rock is dedicated to Hathor. The walls that are smooth and polished like marble have her pictures all over them. And yet this is supposed to be the magic mountain of Jehovah. Deep within the cave, Petrie found a limestone standing stone of the pharaoh Ramesses I. Now, all of the experts today tell us that Ramesses was a hater of the art and culture in Egypt. Not what Ramesses himself said. He describes himself with the title, I am Ramesses, I am the ruler of all that Aten embraces. So the experts are telling us untruths even today about what these pharaohs were about. Also found was a statue head of the mother of Moses within this temple. So it proved that not only had it been in constant use right back from about 3000 BC, even by the time that Moses got there in about 1330 BC, it was already being used in that recent period. It was constantly in use, this great temple. In the halls and the courts of the outer temple, there are stone tanks, rectangular basins and baths and all sorts of curiously shaped tables and benches that nobody could make any sense out of. They didn't look like altars. They had recessed fronts, they had split level surfaces, and the whole thing reminded them more of a laboratory than it did of a temple. There were alabaster vases, there were containers, and all these were shaped like lotus flowers and things like that. There are all sorts of articles there. There were wands there, they called them wands, they were like little priest sticks, and even today they can't quite work out what they're made of. The material is very, very hard. These things are all designed, but they're not designed in the normal Egyptian style. They have basket work, they have lattice work, they have a style of design that is more Mesopotamian than Egyptian, and yet this is an Egyptian temple. They also found a few other very strange things. When they move into the Hathor temple complex, which appears to be the central point at where all of this energy comes from, they begin to find some strange things. Conical stones set very carefully on a shelf, little cones of stone. A metallurgist's crucible was very apparent. Now these kind of things began to get Petrie and his people wondering, well, what on earth had these things got to do with a temple? There was nothing in temple law that said that metallurgist crucibles were part of what went on. And all over the temple, all over the walls and on the various stones was something venerated, highly venerated within the temple complex, and it was called mufkuts. It doesn't mean a lot to us today, mufkuts. Okay, mufkuts. They found 2,600 feet above sea level in the mountain of the Bible, conical stones, metallurgist crucibles, tanks, basins, lotus flower equipment, all sorts of wands and tubing that look like a laboratory, and references venerating some mysterious substance called mufkuts. Now, they knew that these things were all linked together, but they didn't know how. So they began to try and work out what on earth mufkuts was. Some said it was probably copper. Many preferred the idea of turquoise. Others have supposed it was perhaps malachite. But the funny thing about these guesses was that none of these materials was apparent within the temple complex. There was no malachite, there was no turquoise, there was no copper. Sinai is noted for its turquoise mines, but if mining had been a primary function of that temple over 2,000 to 3,000 years, you'd expect to find turquoise stones in the tombs of Egypt. There are barely any at all. So if they were working for 3,000 years mining turquoise, they've clearly only found about half a dozen. Copper, they said. Well, it didn't take them long to realise that if you were mining and smelting copper, you need very different equipment to this sort of equipment. This was not metal rectification equipment in the way that they knew it. Copper was apparent in Sinai, but down in the deep valleys there were smelting works, old smelting works, and they were nothing like this temple at all. There was no residue of copper anywhere except references to mufkuts. Another cause of wonderment as they travelled around this, as they kept removing all of this rubble, was that they kept seeing inscribed references to bread. Everywhere there were references to bread, and bread was always written alongside mufkuts. The other thing that happened all the time was that the most prominent of all the hieroglyphic signs outside that was the sign for light. Now bread and light and mufkuts all seem to be equally important within this temple complex. This has nothing to do with copper. It had something to do with these strange tanks, these strange laboratory tables with their recessed fronts and split level surfaces. So, bread, muthcuts, light conical stones, metallurgists, crucibles, all of these posed a problem until they decided to clear the rubble from a series of square storerooms in one of the parts of the temple. As they removed the rubble, they came across slabs of stone beneath the rubble. They moved the slabs of stone, and beneath these, carefully stored in every one of about 4 or 5 of these large square rooms, a few inches deep, packed tight on the floor, were tons and tons of the finest, purest, unadulterated white powder. So, said the experts, this is clearly the result of copper smelting. This clearly was from the burning of plants to produce alkali. Quite why they would want to produce alkali, nobody really knew, but the more they tested it, the more they found that there was no plant residue there at all. And in fact, if they were going to have a temple for the burning of plants, they actually would have done better down in the valleys where there were more trees, not 2,600 feet up a mountain. So for want of any other explanation, it was decided that the white powder and the stones were perhaps associated with a sacrificial rite. They're clinging at straws here all the time, trying to work out what on earth this was. This is probably animal sacrifice. Well, as pointed out by somebody who wasn't even the brightest member of the team, this was an Egyptian temple. There is nothing anywhere in history which says that the Egyptians ever used animal sacrifice for anything. It wasn't part of their religious structure at all.
I paused it there to make a very strong point. Animal sacrifice. They didn't find that in that era amongst what they call this 18th dynasty, Kemet, the Ptah, the Metro, the Nubian. Under the pyramidal structural buildings, there is no animal sacrifice. But there are spoken words about bread and beer and wine. And later on, you have the story of Melchizedek coming and saying, bringing the bread and wine. No blood sacrifice. So I'm going to play a little bit more of that, but I want you to remember that point as we go to read this next little component. It's not going to be long.
Tested the powder, they winnowed it in the breeze, they did everything they could. There was not a bone, a chip, a stone, a piece of plant, a piece of skin, anything in this powder. And it was described as being hard-packed talcum powder, which was impalpable to touch and just blew away in the breeze the moment you flicked it into the air. Petrie wrote, though I searched these ashes in dozens of instances, winnowing them in a breeze, I never found a fragment of bone, skin, plant, or anything else. So some of the mysterious powder was sent back to Britain for analysis and examination. The results, for what they were never actually published. When people went back to have a look at the rest of the powder, and they reckoned there was about 50 tons of this, it had all, of course, been left a victim to the desert winds and erosion and rainfall and whatever, and that was the end of that. What became apparent, however, when checking out other inscriptions at the temple, was that this muthkuts, this powder, had something to do with what the Mesopotamians called highwood firestone. It's the same thing. Muthkuts turned out to be highwood firestone. They called it the sacred Shem Anna, from which derived, of course, the biblical word manna, and this is the importance of the word bread that kept appearing through the thing. There was some tie-up between this powder and and the Shemana of the Mesopotamians. Light, the word light was always there. Whenever Shemana was mentioned, whenever Mufkuts or Highwood Firestone was mentioned, the symbol for light was always there alongside it. It was decided, and it turns out probably quite correctly, that this Mufkut was exactly the same powder that the book of Exodus actually talks about. It tells us about powder. It tells us about the Israelites being fed with a particular powder at that time. It tells about the importance of manufacturing something called showbread for the tabernacle and the altar of the temple. Showbread is exactly the same as show manna, and shemana is exactly what the Mesopotamians used to call it. It's the same thing. But the book of Exodus tells us that the guy who made the showbread for Moses' tabernacle was a guy called Bezaleel. Now Bezaleel, it goes to great pains to tell us, was a goldsmith and a master craftsman. So this foe has got the instructions, they're laid down in the Bible for us to read, to make candlesticks, to make golden bowls, to make platters, to make all the ornaments for the Ark of the Covenant, and to make this bread, the goldsmith. Master craftsman is a particularly important word, and the more I looked for this definition of master craftsman, the more I found, going back and back and back in time, the definition exists way back to about 4000 BC. These were the great Vulcans, the texts tell us. The master craftsmen were the great Vulcans. They were the people in charge of the furnaces. They were the people who made the Highwood Firestone. So as for the crucible and the conical stones and the tanks and the tables and all of the equipment at Sinai, it was actually determined by the Petri team that this temple was clearly a laboratory. So the report went back to London, and I began by telling you what they didn't tell us. What they found was the alchemical workshop of the Pharaoh Akhenaten and of the 18 dynasties of pharaohs before him. A temple laboratory where the furnace smoked and roared, just as the book of Exodus tells us, in the production of the Highwood Firestone, the Shemana. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire. The smoke ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the mountain quaked greatly. That's what it tells us. Prior to that, it came to pass that when the sun went down, it was dark, and behold, there was a smoking furnace, a burning lamp passed between the pieces. The burning bush seen by Moses, which was a fire, a blaze, exploded, but was not consumed, and an angel came out of it. If you think about it, it's pretty well identical to the experiment that David Hudson did with his pencil. The blaze of light. It had no effect on the object within it. It's the same story. In Exodus we read that Moses took the golden calf. We're now on the mountain. The Israelites had made a golden calf. He burnt it in the fire and ground it to a powder. Now nobody has actually queried these words, it seems to me, but if you burn gold in a fire, you get molten. White powder. This was exactly the process of the Shemana furnace as the Egyptian records tell us. And that's precisely what was going on at this temple. They were actually making this stuff. 50 tons of it. Moses' own great-grandfather was the Pharaoh Thutmose III. Thutmose III had reorganized the ancient mystery schools of Thoth in Egypt and founded the Royal School of the Master Craftsmen at Karnak. At the time they called them the Great White Brotherhood because of their preoccupation with a mysterious white powder. A branch of the fraternity became known as the Therapeutate. They were a healing community, so this had something to do with medicine as well. The Therapeutate, in fact, set up branches all over Palestine and Syria, and a branch of that Therapeutate were the Essenes at Qumran in the time of Jesus. So clearly, these guys were into this as well. Hathor. All of this is dedicated to Hathor, not Jehovah. She was the great mother She is the oldest identified deity figure of Egypt. She turns up on the oldest artifact ever known from 3000 odd BC. And her story, when it's being told in documented form, runs in parallel with a historical character called the Great Vulcan, Tubal-Cain. Now, Tubal-Cain is actually mentioned in the Bible. Tubal-Cain was one of the descendants of Cain in the line from Eve. Tubal-Cain, even today, is revered by Freemasons worldwide. They don't know why, they just know that Tubal-Cain was very important and that Tubal-Cain was a master metallurgist. He was a great Vulcan. Now, Hathor's particularly interesting in Egypt because Hathor's not only there at the very beginning of Egyptian time, she's there at the very end of it. Right at the end of the pharaonic era, when Queen Cleopatra is sort of winding down the whole thing and the Romans are moving in, and we're in about 30, 40 BC, she's the penultimate pharaoh of them all. Make sure that she has her one and only relief of her carved on the temple of Hathor. Hathor's a nursing goddess. Hathor was said to be the daughter of Ra. She was said to have given birth to the sun. She was the queen of the West. She was the one who knew the right spells, whatever they were. She was the protectress of womanhood, the lady of the sycamore, wine, tombs, song. But the importance of Hathor was that it was from the powdered milk of Hathor that the pharaohs gained their divinity. Now we know now what the powdered milk of Hathor was. It was the powder being manufactured at the Hathor temple. They wondered at the time why this would not have been done in Egypt. But as I said earlier, Sinai was Egypt. It was the same country. It just happened to be the other side of the water. Now, one of the rock carvings by the cave at the mountain is a representation of Moses' own great-grandfather, Moses IV, in the presence of Hathor. And on this wonderful carved relief stands topped with lotus flowers and a man presenting Moses with a loaf of white bread. A conical loaf of white bread. Another stela details the mason, Ankib, offering 2 conical bread cakes to the king. And there are portrayals of this all throughout this temple, these bread cakes, the importance of the muskos, Hathor giving her divinity to the pharaoh. The man whose dynasty, and priests were dynastic as well as kings, the man whose dynasty went right through the government of this temple from the earliest times to the time even of Moses. Moses was a dynasty called Sobek-Hotep. And Sobek-Hotep is described as the overseer of the mountain and the overseer of the secrets of the house of gold. So there is no doubt whatever that we're dealing here with gold, and everything pointed to it as far as Petri was concerned. But the Egypt Exploration Fund would have nothing to do with this.
He wore the crown of Khepra, the blue kachina, the blue crown.
Reason being that in telling that story, which was a much more exciting story, we were not telling the story of the Ten Commandments and Moses and Jehovah on the mountain that the Bible told. Irrespective of the fact that this explains it better, this explains why they ended up on a mountain hundreds of miles off route, it's still better for them not to tell the story. Hathor was portrayed particularly by the pharaohs of the 4th dynasty. When you see their pictures, these old kingdom pharaohs of the 4th dynasty, Hathor is always there beside them. The 4th dynasty was the great dynasty of pyramid building. Pyramid building was directly related to this temple and the house of gold. That's how they got their name. The word P-Y-R, means fire. Pyramid simply denotes something that is begotten by fire. Hathor is very important in the pyramid era. She's very important to the pharaohs of that era, the pharaohs that were said to have built the great pyramids of Giza. What was the link, I wondered? And I thought, well, I'm going to read these reports of Petrie. So I actually managed to get the reports to find out what was going on here. And Petrie was bothered by the same thing. He couldn't actually work out why this nursing goddess, this goddess whose milk gave the pharaoh's divinity, was associated with building pyramids. Well, the answer actually was very, very clear-cut. Under the right circumstances, this powder is perfectly capable of transposing its own aspects to other things. This powder, if you remember the Hudson experiments, actually had its own weightlessness. It was exotic matter. Now, one of the great researchers into gravity from the 1960s was the Russian physicist Sakharov. And he wrote a lot about gravity at a 0 point. And he said, this powder is exotic matter. He explained that it had, under testing, a gravitational attraction of less than 0. It weighed not only nothing, but this powder could weigh less than nothing. It's wholly exotic, he said. This powder can be made to move into a different dimension if we want it to. Not only can it itself weigh less than nothing, but its host can weigh less than nothing. Now, if you remember again the Hudson talk, remember the pan? The powder was in the pan. Not only did the powder lose its weightlessness, but so does the pan. So what emerges from this is that actually it doesn't matter whether it's a pan or a saucer or an enormous great block of stone.
Now, that was to give you a clear insight to where we're going with this, so you can have a better understanding. And it's going to fade all the way into the Bible stories. Alchemy, alchem, is the biblical chord. So you have your ABCs, a biblical chord. Lamech, Gramatria. Look at the language. Lamech is alchem. Lamech is alchem, alchemist, alchem, the black god, the black dot. This is high science of alchemy, leading to the power of the Trinity, the three higher bodies, the three wounds of Hiram, the three higher chakras. Why did we detail that statement right there? So I'm going to go one, I think I should go down, one down. I'm going to go one down and I'm going to come back up to this. Alchemy, alchem, al, became El, God. So we hear a lot of times in the Canaanite lands the term El, Lamech, alchem, Kim, Cam, Kim, black essence. Lamech has two wives, a dual nature, Ada and Lila and Zilla. Zilla, the shadow mother, Tubal Cain. So Tubal Cain was just spoken about as the Vulcan, a craftsman, an alchemist, a metallurgist. But in masonry, Tubal Cain is the word of the master builder. So you have Tubal Cain and Nama. Tubal Cain is an artificer, and he has a sister Nama. And then he has two brothers, Jubal and Jabal. So in masonry, you have the three ruffins, Jubalah, Jubalo, Jubalam. And Jubalah, Jubalo, and Jubalam, they attack the master builder, Hiram. They attack the master builder of Solomon's temple, and they hit him in the throat. Yes. They hit him in the heart. Yes. And they hit him in the head. The three wounds of the master builder is the code of the story, Lamech, Alchem. If you look, it's a triune. And the seventh is the center. So 6 equals 7. Equality. Knowledge or equality. The first pillar. The kingly pillar. 16. 3 pillars. The middle pillar. The Lamech, the Alchem. The second pillar, Ada. But you had Nashan, Elishaba, and the keystone, Aminadab. 3 points in a story. Tubal Cain and Nama, the pineal and the pituitary. Jabal and Jubal represent. Oh, let's go in. So Tubal is the pineal, Nama is the pituitary. You have Om, Hum. We've done this in meditation. Om, the throat, the heart, the head, the Jabal, the Jubalo, the Tubal Cain, the Jubalam, the Jabal, the Jubalah. This represents a hidden formula to the resurrection, temple building, using alchemy through the wisdom of meditation and chant. The factors of proper breathing, eating to live, mastering Kundalini practices is truly ionized science in temple building. From now, practice by applying 7 breaths, and on the 7th breath hold and release with the Om. Repeat this again with the and the Hum and make this a daily practice. Remember that the transfer of your chemical nature is taking place through a spiritual practice of meditation. This is a form of alchemy, charging the wounds of the Hiram. The heart represents the chakra, the emotional body, connecting to the mind, vibrating vocal throat, and the tubal, the pineal, the head with the sister pituitary, waiting to be properly charged, forged, for his feet were as the color of brass. To accept the practice of meditation and idle eating and chant as alchemically transforming the physical nature into a generating, operating divine body. God is to walk on water, Peter, faith, coming out of the slave ship, It's awakening the mind, understanding that you are the box. You have 6 sides. You have a top of your head. You have a bottom of your feet. You have a right side. You have a left side. That's 4 sides. Then you have a front and you have a back. That's 6 sides. So your body represents the box of Osiris, the box of Asar. But there are 7. There's a center component. So when you talk about the dimensions of masculine and feminine, and the masculine representing spiritual and the feminine representing physical, it's the 14 pieces. Reflect that there is salt, sulfur, mercury, the savior mind, fire, messenger, the son of Lamech or alchemy. So you have these different states. The mercury is a messenger. The sulfur is a fire. The salt is a savior. These are different elements of your being, of the alchemist. First transformation is with fire. The power of the Trinity is Ionite reflection here. The power of the Holy Trinity, Haile Selassie I, is the hidden message unto man and woman, revealing what must be manifested. Let Ionite cosmic ones travel into this Zion hidden place. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad stated that Allah manifested himself out of the triple darkness, and that this represents the black man and woman coming out of the triple darkness of being blind, deaf, and dumb to their divine knowledge of self. It was even held that our wounds was to our heart the inability to love, and to our throat the inability to speak our truth, and to our head the inability to think, reason, and see our truth. The fatal wounds of the master builder, the royal bloodline, the high ram, O cosmic ones, reflect that God so loved that there was life, and in this life we find light, and through this light we find liberation. And Jesus said, I come to give you life more abundantly. We ask you to reach deeper in your understanding of things now. For these wounds of Hiram are true symbols of the mind states. In Masonic folklore, one of the most mentioned characters is Boaz. So through Boaz, we will now enter the marriage ceremony to perform the first miracle of turning water to wine, an alchemical act. The water symbolizing basic emotions being turned into spiritual force. 6 purifying jars, so water can be turned to wine, and they saw him walk on the water. The 2 must become as one, the lower and the higher. The 6 becomes the 7, as Boaz laid asleep. Ruth came and laid to his feet. Feet symbolizing the lower nature, the physical body, the feminine principle, the temple. Reflect that Boaz is the kingly pillar, the king, the crown, the third eye, the 7th chakra. Cosmic ones in the science, Ruth would be equal to the word truth. Ruth would be equal to the word truth. Truth equals Ruth. So truth came to the physical nature to become one, marrying the king, the crown, equaling Boaz. Let us reflect good in the remembrance of the universal knowledge, for Ruth is the Moabite, equaling Moor, Canaanite, the black indigenous essence of Asaya, Asia, the physical plane. The meaning of words have divided us too long. Moors equal lords of the earth, MSTA, are speaking the same as the Rasta, but the symbolism of the words have not been understood. The truth, Ruth, of this world is hidden in the misunderstanding of knowledge of self. Reflecting the stories of King Arthur, the place was called Camelot, Lot, Cam or Ham, black one, the Lot, the Moabite, thus leading us to the Holy Grail, the cup of life, which is the lesson of the sacred bloodline being revealed in many books today. So Boaz, king, and Ruth, the Moabite union gives us keys to the Moabite concept teachings of the Honorable Noble Drew Ali, one who carried the measure. In temple building, we use all these stones, hewed and unhewed, for we are the master builders, O cosmic ones. Let us continue now. Ruth and Boaz represent the marriage ceremony. Well, let's go back to the marriage ceremony. Ahmose the First ran the Hyksos, the mutants that had interbreeded. So the Hyksos were us, but a mixture breed of us with that fallen state. Out of Kemet past Sumer, and also those Hyksos, when they were in Kemet all of those years, those children that left out of there were another mixed state. And so this is where you get a lot of people that took hidden traditions out of Kemet and morphed them to what they wanted. But remember the bread as also, because we're going to come back to that. Then in the inevitable knowledge we provide them to rebuild themselves became tools they used to invade. Abram Sobek had to flee Sumer. The Bible history is now revealed. Ahmose the First later ran the Hyksos, the mutants that had interbreeded out of Kemet past Sumer. Ahmose the First set up the royal dynasty in Bashan in Jerusalem. Remember, Ahmose's kingdom, when he took back over, went all the way up into Canaan, Bashan, Jerusalem. Called the Ahmosians. So when he went all the way up into the Canaanite lands, the people of his dynasty that went up there and held the governmency up there, which was his son, Amenhotep the First. The people under Amenhotep the First became known as Ahmosians. These Ahmosians later on became known as Hamosians. So you got Ah and Ha. And we're going to show you how that happens. So you have Ahmosians, those of the Ahmosian dynasty. And these family lineages of the Ahmosian dynasty become known as the Hasmoneans. The Hasmonean dynasty. This dynasty became the Nazarenes, the Essenes, and the Maccabees. The keepers of the way of the Qumran. The Qumran, the word where they give to the Dead Sea Scrolls, that word Qumran means keepers of the way. Keepers of the doorway. Keepers of the door. The arch doorway. The arch doorway. Architect. Arch doorway. Archangels. Let's keep going. This dynasty became the Nazarenes, the Essenes, the Maccabees, the keepers of the way, the Qumran. The Hasmoneans are the Judah and Levi. Reflect, Ankanton is Aminadab, the father of Nashon, Judah and Elisheba, Levi, the two pillars of Israel. Ankanton had a second attribute, Amenhotep. Amenhotep is the son of Ahmose the First and Nefertari. This established that the children of Israel is the hidden 18th dynasty. the 18 missing years, the lost word. The 18th dynasty had tried to return the sacred order that had been destroyed by the mutants, the invaders. The sacred truth had been protected in Ethiopia for ages, and the 18th dynasty was to usher in the awakening and the return of the sacred order to the throne of the ruler. But the measure was not honored. Only a few honored, and the noble ones chose to travel the ages to carry the measure of the sacred truth. Measure, because we're talking in dimensions. We're not just talking about a story of history, we're talking about a science carrying the pearl, keepers of the Naga, of the Uraeus, keepers of the Sankofa, those who know how to reach back and bring forth. It is asked, what is the measure by which they carried? The measure, the law of the temple being man, as explained in Ezekiel 43, verse 10 and 12. Son of man, describe the temple to the house of Israel, that they may be ashamed of their iniquities, and let them measure the pattern. In honor and in truth, I must cite up His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie as the ensign of the measure. The righteous ruler, the throne of God on earth, in the flesh, as it was in the beginning. As a tree whose seed is blown in the wind and taken root, so has this reality of ourselves as Ras, a reminder, a reflection, it is He. As it is said in Islam, the remembrance of Allah, and He came before us, bringing us into remembrance of ourselves. Now that I know and accept, the works must now begin, for our reality must be seen in dimension as spiritual, for history is metaphysical, for we are spiritual people. Thereby it represents spiritual movement, the same as inner nature. So reflect, O cosmic ones, that scripture is prophetical, metaphysical, and historical, the dimensions of the Word, and the Word became flesh. Let us travel in the Word, for the Word was in the beginning. The Word, in the beginning, it is said that Adam and Eve sinned, and Jesus, the Word, had to come save us. If we know now that Adam and Eve is not about two people as originally taught, then what did Jesus come for? Or does the story of Jesus, the Word, have more dimension than has been taught? For I to take you cosmic ones into the application, this must be overstood. Since it is said, if you tear down this temple, I will rebuild, raise it in 3 days. Temple building is the resurrection. Jesus told His disciples that Lazarus was asleep. How many sleep unaware they are dead? Remember, as within, so without. It is dimensions of self. To know and not apply is faith without works. Our craft is alchemy. Turn the lead, the dead, the sleeper, to gold, to life, to awakening. So we move in 3 days, the wounds of Hiram, the sons of Lamech, alchemy, to build or to rebuild the temple. Let us reflect again in cipher of Lamech. So we have Lamech representing the house, the higher self, the lower self. So you have Lamech, Ada, and Zillah, his 2 wives. You have Tubal-Cain, Naamah, Jubal, and Jabal. This is the 4 representing the 4, the lower world. So every story represents our science. Every story represents our science. So let's get back on to osmosis one more time as we get ready to close in. So osmosis, meaning Aya, the moon is born, is a science as well. But again, I wanted to read here. During his rule, Ahmose completed the conquest and the expulsion of Hyksos and restored the Theban rule over Lower and Upper Egypt and successfully reasserted Egyptian power in its formerly subject territories of Nubia and Canaan. He then reorganized an administration of the country, reopened quarries, mines, trade routes, and began massive constructive projects of a type that had not been undertaken since the time of the Middle Kingdom. So all the way up to the land of Canaan. So when we get to Canaan, you get the ancient Canaan, you've got a whole slew of things that come out of Canaan, and I want to get to the language. When we go to the Canaanite language, all of these languages come out of this Canaanite language. Edomites, Moabites, Edomites, Moabites, Ruth, Moabite, Noble Drew Ali, Canaanite temple, Moabites. Ammonites, Hebrews, South, Punic, Phoenician, Philistine, Amorites, Canaanite, Akkadian. Akkadian is Sumerian. Trying to show you the lettering. All right, here we go. So if you look at this lettering, you got Aleph, Bet, Gamma, Daleth, Ha, Wah, Zayn, He. This is the same way you get your Hebrew letters, your Arabic letters. You get all of these. Now this has a Meroic hieroglyphic root, if you may say. So when you go to hearing people say Hebrew, you got to go back to what they call Paleo-Hebrew script. Also Paleo-Hebrew, Proto-Hebrew, or Old Hebrew is the writing system found in the Canaanite and the Amoraic inscriptions, including pre-biblical and biblical Hebrew from southern Canaan. Also the same as the biblical kingdom of Israel or Samaria. So now you gotta wonder what you're saying when you're saying Israel, because here now they place Israel with Samaria. Well, what's the deal on that? Let me see if they give me one of the kings real quick. So when they give you, even when they give you the kings of this, Jeroboam should take us to, you see this name, Nadad. Shoot. Did it do it right? So you get Ben-Hadad, and it goes to the books of Kings. And then when you track her dad, this is a storm. It goes back to one of the Canadian Canaanites gods. But this is I was about to try to tell you the character for it. It was supposed to be in the Bible as well. Maybe they'll show it here. So this is the ball cycle elements of her dad, and I'm gonna make the point why I show you this ball cycle. And I'm not gonna go too far in it. We'll get to go through this another time. So in the ball cycle, we come to the storm guard ball, and we got Yam, and you got the battle between here you go, slaves. They go back and forth through the stories. Here goes your pantheon for Ptah coming up in this ball cycle. And I just wanted to show that to kind of keep us where we know this Sumerian connection with this is one of the keys. So as you go to Yam, you go to Rama Yam, and that's when, even the story of the Kushites take us into India. So I'm just trying to lay a ground as we get to this stage. Would somebody read this little bit right here, if they can, about His Majesty and Rama? As we go into this 12, 12, 12. Well, I'll go there. When Haile Selassie, the Emperor of Ethiopia, was gifted with a Ramayana by an Indian sannyasi, he smiled and said they were all descendants of the Lord Rama. He explained how the Ethiopians are called as Kushites, or coming down from Kusha, a son of Rama. The country is called Kushtawippa, or the land of the son of Rama. So even through India and all over, there was this understanding and connection. And how they teach us the history, they disconnected. And this is why when we went to talking about Mary, the daughter of Amram, we always kept going back to the Aaron component of Phineas, or Phineas, oh man, I can't say his name right. Phoenicius. When we go through that and we figured out that took us right back to the Nubian construct, we then took where we came to Aminadab, and Aminadab is attached to Ram Ani. So Aminadab was born about 1328 BC. He died, and he was also known as Amenhotep, Kia Teshat, but they put Aminadab Tria were married about 1280 BC. Children were Neshan. So we are looking at where 18th dynasty history crosses with Israel's history. And so the key to that is, who are these people here? Now, very important thing is, and I'm going to read the whole thing because I want to get down to this. I was going to read this one simple line, but I'm going to read the whole thing real fast. The Hasmonean dynasty, Hebrew, Hasmon, Greek, was a Jewish ruling, they say Jewish here, was a Jewish ruling dynasty of Judea during the Hellenistic times in the Second Temple period. Now, they were fighting the Seleucid. They were fighting the Platonius and the Seleucid dynasty coming under Alexander the Greek that were coming into the Judea, the Canaanite area. This is what they were defending. Who were they? Where did they come? Where did they come from? All right. So between 141 and 116 BC, the dynasty ruled Judea semi-autonomously with the Seleucid Empire. So this invasion, the Seleucid Empire is what you later on call Rome. And from roughly 110 BC, with the empire disintegrating and gained further autonomy and expanding into the neighboring regions of Perea, Samaria, Idumea, Gallia, Etruria, the Hasmonean rulers took Greek titles. Now look what they said. We already went through this word Basileus, that this is not a Greek word because they couldn't track it. And we talked about how it came to Axum. And Izana put it on for the obsolete. So the Hasmoneans bore the title of Basileus. Who are these Hasmoneans that they bear this title? Because Basileus means monarch. Basileus means king, throne right, and according in the 4th century, by the 4th century, however, Basileus was applied in official uses exclusively to two rulers considered equal to the Roman emperor, the Sassanian Persian, the Shansha, and the king of Axum. But this Basileus meant king of kings. So who is this Hasmoneans that they bear a title of king of kings? The Hasmonean rulers took Greek titles, untrue, Basileus, kings, and kingdoms attained regional power status in several decades. Forces of the Roman Republic intervened in the Hasmonean Civil War, which was when puppet Hasmonean priests decided to co-op with the Roman kingdom. There became division amongst the people, turning the kingdom into a client state, so they used the division for Rome to invade anyways, and marketing an irreversible decline of Hasmonean power. Herod the Great, this is where your Jesus story comes in there, displaced the last reigning Hasmonean clients. Hasmoneans. The Herod legacy is he married just what we said earlier about Nefertari. He married a Miriamun. He married Miriam of the Hasmonean dynasty, a princess. So she bore the name. And after that, Herod killed her and the whole family because he was afraid of the dynasty rising up, and he wanted that dynastic period. And so that's how Herod created his dynasty, by trying to kill off the Hasmonean dynasty. Why would he want to kill them off? Who are they? And if you're trying to assassinate them to take their place, they're the rightful ones. But Herod's trying to kill Hasmoneans, but the story says he's trying to kill the firstborn, and he's trying to, Jesus is in threat because he's looking for that firstborn, them children. So who is and what is? What's the story? Was he looking for Hasmoneans or the young firstborn? Now, this story of Hasmonean takes us into what is called the Maccabees. The Maccabees. Which is important, but I have a point to make with the Maccabees. I wanted to see if it might have been where they would have put with the Ethiopian Maccabees says. So the family name of the Hasmonean dynasty originates from the ancestor of the house whom Joseph called the Hellenized form Osmonius or Osmonius, osmosis, osmosius. Said to have been the great grandfather of Matthias, but about whom nothing more is known. So the Hasmonean descends from the ancestral house of Akhmosis. See, they didn't just say anything. They said ancestor house. They knew what to say properly. So the Hasmoneans are Akhmosians, 18th dynasty. So now when you track that down, they're battling and they're standing on other principles in this battle. So not to drag it too farther into the 12, because I wanted us to allow the champion to give us a good prayer. I used to be able to pull up this good book. This took me to a Facebook thing. I don't like to read from these because there's no essence or literature to back from the forefront. A group of particular pious priests, elders, and laymen formed the Essene sect. They considered themselves the righteous remnants of the Zadok priesthood. This is important. They broke away from the Hellenized and corrupt Zadok priests, known to us as the Three main groups of Essenes took form: the Nazareans, the Essenes, and the Enochians, because they teachings hail from a strong thing with Enoch. However, the covenant and all the teachings go back to Melchizedek, not to However, the covenant with the monotheistic God remains central to all disciplines, while the surrounding people serve multiple gods. To transcend the strictness of legalism, a more nuanced interpretation of the law would need to be presented. By realigning man's spiritual order, God is within you. So, they speak about how Jesus came from the Nazarenes, but they say Jesus of Nazareth fulfills this prescription for liberating the spirit and giving birth to the inner man. So the depiction is of the Egyptian Nazarenes, Essenes, at Qumran. Look how they say the Egyptian Nazarenes, Essenes. The surrounding areas near Qumran is arid by contain many springs. The Enochians' adherents believed in a time, and everyone must prepare accordingly. The Nazarenes and the Essenes held a similar belief. The idea of a designated group that would carry forward the godly virtue is indicated or stated throughout the book of Enoch. The Enochians believed that Israel needed the Messiah to administer the final teachings of the law and the prophets. In the Enochian chapters 38 through 40, the first is merciful, the patient and holy Michael. 40 verse 8, the Enochian scriptures emphasize his primary based on the book of Enoch as well as traditions concerning Enoch, but very little is explicitly known about Enoch. So I don't want to get you too lost in that. I want to read I need to read the definitions of the Essenes. I want to read you because they gave you a good description of the Zadok priesthood, and everyone here that's here should remember why Zadok is important in that statement. The Essenes movement likely originated as a distinct group among the Jews during Jonathan Feast's time, driven by disputes over Jewish law and the belief that Jonathan's high priesthood was illegitimate. Most scholars think that the Essenes seceded from the Zadok priests. They attribute their interpretations of the Torah to the early teachers, the teacher of righteousness. So you're talking about a king priest order. Possibly a legitimate high priest embracing a conservative approach to the Jewish law. They observed strict hierarchy favoring priests and the sons of Zadok over lay people and emphasized the ritual purity and held a dualistic worldview. According to Jewish writer Josephus and Philo, the Essenes numbered around 4,000 and resided in various settlements throughout Judea. Conversely, Roman writers Pliny the Elder positioned them somewhere above En Gedi on the west side of the Dead Sea. Pliny relates in a few lines that the Essenes possessed no money, had existed for thousands of generations, and that their priestly class, contemplative, did not marry. Joseph gave a detailed account of the Essenes in the Jewish War with a shorter description of antiquities of the Jews. In the Life Flavius Josephus, claiming first-hand knowledge, he lists the Essenes as one of the three sects of the Jewish philosophy, alongside the Pharisees and the Sadducees. He relates the same information concerning piety, celibacy, and the absence of personal property. The Essenes did marry, and of money and belief in communality and the commitment to strict observance of the Sabbath. He further added that the Essenes ritually immersed in water every morning, a practice similar to the use of Macbeth and for daily immersion found among some contemporary Hasidim. Ate together after prayer, devoted themselves to charity, benevolence, forbade the expression of anger, studied the books of the elders, preserved secrets, and were very mindful of the names of angels and angels kept in their sacred writings. The Essenes have gained fame in modern time as a result of the discovery of the existence of the dead, the existence of a group of religious documents known as the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are commonly believed to be the Essenes' library. The scrolls were found at Qumran, an archaeological site situated alongside the northwest shore. The Dead Sea is believed to have been the dwelling place of the Essenes community. These documents preserve multiple copies of, they say, the Hebrew Bible, along with deuterocanonical and sectarian manuscripts. So they speak on Melchizedek. I just wanted to see they're not giving me an in-depth in here on that. With ritual bath. Alright, so we also heard that there was no blood sacrifice in Egypt. We heard about the bread. We know that Melchizedek came with bread and wine. A codation that matches certain other elements. I was trying to see, but they still didn't give me nothing on Melchizedek with. Alright, so the second key here is with the Zadok priesthood. Why is that important? So we get to the Zadok priesthood. Remember, but we read earlier. Well, let's just do this. Scholars differ whether Zadok, who served as priest under David and Solomon, was an Israelite or a Jebusite. There are many issues related to Zadok and his genealogy. Writing in the Anchor Bible Dictionary, James W. Ramsey wrote, Zadok's genealogy constitutes a problem which has long puzzled scholars. If Zadok's father, Ahitub, was the brother Ichabod, Samuel 14:3, this would incorporate Zadok into the family of Eli. This would make Zadok's brother Amalek the uncle of Abiathar, Samuel 22:2. This genealogy, however, conflicts with the point of 1 Samuel 2:27-36 and 1 Kings 2:26-27, which seeks to explain how it came about that Zadok's family superseded the family of Eli. Which seeks to explain how it came about that Zadok's family superseded the family of Eli in the priestly service. Another tradition traced in details First Chronicles 5, 6. Also posted at Ahitub as Zadok's father, but derives both from a line which does not include Eli. In the chronicler's version, Zadok derived from a line descended from Aaron's son Eleazar. Goes back to the Aaron son. It goes back to Eleazar. It goes back to Phinehas. It goes back to Nehis, the Nubian. Specifically contrasts his descendants from Eleazar with the descendants of his co-priest Abiathar from another son of Aaron, Ithamar. Another issue is one that has direct relation to this question asked by Finkler is the reason David appointed 2 priests, and how Zadok attained a position of influence in the reign of David. Zadok's association with David begins after David conquered Jerusalem. When David subjugated the Canaanite population that has not been conquered in the days of Joshua, and during the period of all the people who were left, later on the writers of the king declared that the remnant of the Canaanite population was still under forced labor in the days of Solomon. All the people who were left of the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites who were not of the people of Israel, their descendants who were left after them in the land whom the people of Israel were unable to destroy utterly, these Solomon made forced levy of slaves, and so they are to this day. 1 Kings 9:20. The remnant of the Canaanite population did not become Israelites worshiping the God of Israel. They kept their religion and maintained the worship of their God. When David conquered Jerusalem from the Jebusites, the population of the city was not eliminated. To contrary, the Jebusite population constituted the majority of those living in the new capital, the city of David. According to the book of Genesis, Melchizedek, king of Jerusalem, was also priest of El Elyon. Remember, we looked at El Elyon. El Elyon is a Canaanite god, the God, the Most High. The meaning of the name Melchizedek is my king, God Zedek. My king is God. Zedek. Zedek. In the book of Hebrews, the name Melchizedek is interpreted to the king of righteousness. Another king of Jerusalem is called Adonai-Zedek, and the meaning of the name Adonai-Zedek is my Lord is God Zedek. Thus the names Zedek or Zadok are associated with the Canaanite god Zedek. When David conquered Jerusalem and made it the capital of the united monarch, he named the city after himself, the city of David. He became the king of Jerusalem and also assumed the duties of the priest of the cult there, king priest. So you got to be a king priest. This is the meaning of the expressions of Psalms 110. You are a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. David and his descendants offer sacrifice in Jerusalem because they were priests. They were priests not because they were Levites, but because they were priests after tradition established by Melchizedek, king of Jerusalem. Thus David appointed Abiathar to serve as the priest. Abiathar to serve as the priest for the Israelite population, and Zadok to be the priest for the Canaanite population who lived in Jerusalem. Zadok also served in the tabernacle that was at Gibeon, 1 Chronicles 16:39. The Gibeonites were the Canaanites people who deceived Israel. The Gibeonites who deceived Israel in the days of Joshua. After Abiathar was banished to Ananoth, this is what I'm trying to get to. Zadok became the sole priest for the nation. Eventually, Zadok is classified as a Levite. But he's not even an Israelite. He's a Jebusite. And since the Levites were people concentrated to religious duties, Samuel was an Ephraimite and also a Levite. Several scholars have rejected the view that Zadok was a Jebusite on the grounds that David would not appoint a pagan priest to do to the service of Yahweh. However, it is possible that eventually Zadok became a Yahwist. The fact is that the early Israel, many people identify Yahweh with Baal. Saul's son was named Ishbaal, man of Baal. And one of David's sons born in Jerusalem was called Beladah, Baal knows. There are some reasons that point to the fact that Zadok was a Jebusite who later became a follower of Yahweh. Now, we hit 12:30 already. Well, I'm not going to try to find it, I'm just going to say it. So for us, in the Ethiopian text, the Kebra Nagas, Zadok plays a very important role as the high priest. And after receiving instructions with his son that the Ark of the Covenant must go to Ethiopia. And so that lineage and all of those firstborn from that priesthood, they go down. And so after that, the people would declare that they are the rightful Zadok priesthood. But what is the Zadok priesthood? See, so it's not Levi. They were declaring they were the Zadok priesthood. They were declaring they were a kingly priesthood.
Hotel community, welcome. Across to you is that it's about being one. And to be successful in life, tries to do it. These contests, they took a writing system to India. I'm not talking about any writing system used today, but I pointed out in my earlier lecture, was based on what black people in Africa did. These are some Semites, they're attacking the town. Look at these black people, these people are in Southeast Asia. And then in the middle, we see a picture of the Naga. The Naga always had kills. They always had that serpent because their great god was the serpent. These Ethiopians were great sailors. They established trading colonies throughout the Indian Ocean up to Southeast Asia and India, especially during the Arawayan kingdoms. As a result, they were known throughout history as great businessmen and warriors. Think about this. They tell you, you can't start a black business. You can't do business. If you can find sisters and brothers who can start a business, but they don't get the money. They don't get the money from the government. They don't get the money in New York City. In that hotel, and I feel sorry for those people who were burnt out. But the hotel is mainly full of immigrants. And the governor is going to give them millions of dollars. You know, the hotel where they had the fire last week, where those children sadly died. I'm not mad at the governor for giving them that money, but they don't want to give foundational Black Americans any money. See, they're only giving them that money because it's an immigrant, and those immigrants can go and tell their people back home, America's a great state. America loves us. No, America loves you because they can use you. The Punjabis were known as Naga Nagash. And Naga Nagash was the title of the king in ancient kingdoms of our way. The ability of the Ethiopians to sell is supported by the title Mahad Nagas, ruler of the maritime provinces. On this map, you can see that Punt is usually associated almost on the northeast coast of Africa, near the Red Sea, and above them were the Magi, and the Magi used to be the soldiers who mainly fought for the Egyptians, you see. But again, you can also see this boat. They already had sails. This was 5,000 years ago. These Ethiopians were not playing. They were not playing. Okay.
Please continue. Yes.
Okay. Much of what we know about the building of civilization in Arabia was Kahama. Kahama was a site that was in Saudi Arabia. The earliest civilization in Southwest Arabia date back to the second millennium, 4,000 years ago. This culture is called the Kahama culture. This culture, Kahama, originated in Africa. And the reason we know it originated in Africa is that many of the architectural features that are associated with Kahama go back to Nubia. For example, characterized by cheesecake and pillbox burial monuments. And these extend from Darfur in Nubia into the Gara Mountains to Adulis on the Gulf of Dula, Hadrama, Kataban, Ulsan, Madina, and Asir, and the main area, Kahama. This is a megalith from Kahama. So they built a lot of megaliths. Back in the old days, Black people used megaliths to study the stars. Just like today, if you live in America and the United States, mostly white men uses, second frequency, they use telescopes to study the heavens. In the past, people would go out, first frequency people would go into go out at night and they would sit among these objects and they would be able, in a sense, to study the heavens by using their eyes. And they would use their eyes to chart the heavens and chart the progression of the various stars so they could, in a sense, make their calendars.
That's what the Dogon did.
Yeah, and here's some standing stones. Again, these are the standing stones. These were found at Kahama too, and other sites of Arabia. So here was again we see Nubia. Nubia. You notice how this word Nubia keeps coming up. And see, the reason Nubia keeps coming up is because of the fact that the Nile Valley, as we talked about, I think in the third show, after the critical theory, we talked about the origin of Black people. We talked about the rise of civilization in Africa. You remember, many other people lived throughout the Sahara region, all the way up in North Africa. But then as it became drier, many people migrated out of the Sahara, out of North Africa, and lived along the Nile Valley. Because they lived along the Nile River, which had a place where people could gain water resources to grow crops. They could also find fresh water to drink. We find in a sense that many of the people were in the Nile Valley. So the Nile Valley was a center of civilization. But it was a center of civilization that was conducive to people developing their culture, developing, in a sense, their way of life.
I finally found the perfect ergonomic chair on Temu. It's exactly what I was looking for and has massage function. It only takes 15 minutes to install and the directions were super straightforward. Equipped with lumbar cushion and retractable footrest, it can easily be switched for work or leisure. The massage function is exactly what I need after a long day's work. I can lay down with a blanket, get a massage, and rest. It's exactly what I was looking for. Definitely worth the money, linking it for you now.
David, the movie.
I will not be afraid.
Are you ready for a great adventure?
I will not be
David, in theaters this Christmas.
Absolutely incredible. Okay, so what was the relationship between Juventu and the Puntais?
That's a very good question. Because the Juventu I found on the tablet. You see, because if you remember last week somebody asked me about Hotep. And Asar Hotep, he believes in the sense that there were no Semitic people in Africa, and the Semitic people entered Africa from West Asia. But we can look at the ivory label of King Dan, or Udimu. He belonged to the first dynasty. In the Din tablet, we see Din holding a mace, smiting the enemy. The people are identified as Juventu, you see. And these Juventu were people with hunting bows, very important, very important. If you remember, in this particular inscription, it says the Juventu people, they believed in hunting with bows. Where you can see that this Egyptian guy, he had a mace. Very interesting to understand that the Juventu people, they hunted with bows. Who else hunted with bows? The Kushites. The Kushites throughout history were known as bowmen. This right there shows you how there was this relationship. You know, when the Puntai king, you know, one of the greatest queens in Egyptian history was Hatshepsut. And Hatshepsut, she traveled down to the point, which the Egyptians called God's family. In Ethiopia, there were three great empires: Arwe, the Yamat kingdom, and Axum. The first kingdom in Ethiopia was founded by the Habesha, who were first mentioned in the Egyptian inscriptions of the 18th dynasty of Egypt in connection with the land of Punt. Much of what we know about Punt comes from the Dia al-Bahai temple. On this view is depicted the Puntai king Rahu, right, and his wife Ati. So here you can see the king of the Puntites. Down under the picture of the Puntites, we see Dar al-Bahri. And this temple here was built by Hatshepsut. And again, as you can see, we see this figure has a beard just like the Juventu. See? So this shows in the sense that the Juventu people were still living in the area all the way from the first dynasty down to the 18th dynasty. The beard of Parahu is further confirmation that the bearded figure on the Dan ivory temple was related to the population identified as Puntite in Egyptian records. And then just like the Juventus, the Puntites wore a beard. Here we see some Puntites. These Puntites, they were loading up the ships to take goods back to Egypt. These pictures again come from the monument built by Hatshepsut.
So Dr. Winters, what does the linguistic history of the Nile Valley tell us about the Semitic languages?
This is very important to look at. The Semitic languages originated in the Nile Valley. The existence of Puntan areas where Semitic language is spoken, plus several Semitic languages in the Sudan, especially Abisha, suggests the presence of Semitic speakers in the Nile Valley since pre-Egyptian times. Very important to remember. That's why the Dan tablet and the inscriptions at the Hatshepsut monument are very important in understanding the the idea of the Semitic people or Semites living in the Nile Valley. The Egyptians referred to Punt as God's land. Punt is usually situated by researchers in the Red Sea coast, where the Magi lived, or into modern Ethiopia. This part of Africa is called Maluha by the Assyrians and Sumerians. So again, we find that the Egyptians called this area what? God's land, whereas the Sumerians and the people in Delmoon, they called and Luha. These areas today are inhabited by Semitic speakers, Ayabesha and Ethio-Semitic speakers. The intimacy between the Puntans and Egyptians made it clear that Semitic speakers were recognized as respected population related to the Egyptians. Very important. You see, this is what makes Isaiah Motep's research so inadequate. It makes his research very immature. Because see, if there were Semitic people who lived in Punt, and the Egyptians said that Punt was God's land, that meant in a sense that the Egyptians had been in intimate contact with Semitic speakers. So the Semitic speakers could not have migrated into the country from outside. Why would they call some people who lived in God's land some outsiders? But see, again, as I told you about these new school researchers, they believe whatever second frequency teaches, and they feel that they can be safe in claiming this or that historical experience happened to first frequency because of the fact they feel they can always run to their white daddy and their white mommy. And they feel that their white daddy and their white mommy, since their white daddy and white mommy said it must be true. But again, I'm sad to say that much of what they teach you is a lie. Because they want you to think that black people...
That they matter, that they've always been around.
They've always been around. And also, they don't want you to believe that first frequency did anything.
That's right.
See, how can I tell you that your children can't learn anything in school? How can I tell you that your children can't be engineers, can't be doctors? Because they're too dumb. They got a million years of knowledge. See, so they have to tell these lies. And sadly, there's a lot of young black people who want to go around, that are standing up to this Eurocentric lie. Most people don't know the truth because they don't really know our history. They believe whatever these new jacks. These white sympathizers. These people who feel inferior.
On Christmas morning, if your kid wakes up to this game stick, it's gonna be their favorite present. Let me show you what this thing can do. We'll plug in the included HDMI dongle. There we go. Switch over to HDMI 2, and boom, turn on one of the two included controllers. Inside of here, we have everything from arcade classics, Ourstory, GB with both colored and advanced, Genesis with Game Gear and Mega Drive, PS, and that's definitely one of the coolest of them all. And this little game stick, there's over 20,000 retro games on it, and they're actually super easy to find. You just press Y and you can search them up. You don't need Wi-Fi, and all the games come pre-installed, and there's seriously so many classic games in here. And once you find a game you want to play over and over, you can press X and actually add it to your favorites tab. Here I added a bunch of super popular games, so if you don't see the game you're looking for and want to know if it's in here, just comment down below and I can take a look for you. Dude, this used to be one of my favorite games when I was a kid. No way, dude. Look at that. Look how responsive all the controls are. Come here. Oh no! What's super cool about this game stick is if you press start and select at the same time, you can actually save your progress. I just had to show you all this game stick because I know my little brother is gonna freak out on Christmas morning. I mean, 2 controllers so you can play with friends, 20,000 games, and over 25 different retro consoles is an absolute steal for under $40. So you want to check out this little game stick, I can drop the link for it somewhere down here. But with this price point so close to Christmas time, I honestly don't know how much longer they're gonna be available.
Things were already so difficult for my mom when she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. Then she developed agitation that may happen with dementia due to Alzheimer's disease. She started verbally lashing out, breaking things, wandering at night. These symptoms were a different kind of difficult. So we asked her doctor for more help. Rexulti is the only FDA-approved medication proven to reduce symptoms of agitation that may happen with dementia due to Alzheimer's disease. Elderly people with dementia-related psychosis have increased risks of death or stroke, report fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, which can be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar can lead to coma or death, weight gain, increased cholesterol, unusual urges, dizziness on standing, falls, seizures, trouble swallowing, or sleepiness may occur. I'm glad I asked for help. Ask your loved one's doctor today about Rexulti. Moments matter.
Love that.
The
Thank you,
instant
Doc.
presence of somatic species in the Nile Valley is supported by one, the presence of the Juventus, Adisha, and colloquial Sudanese Arabic, or CSA, in the Sudan and Nile Valley, and two, Semitic loanwords in ancient Egyptian and Meroitic. You know, for example, let's look right here. One of the Sudanese, he's in one of the Sudanese that I know, he looked at my book and he began in a sense to look at my deciphering of Meroitic. What he found is that many of the Sudanese Arabic dialect words relate to Meroitic. Most people believe that every Semitic word is either Hebrew or Arabic. That's not true. In fact, Hebrew and Arabic have been deeply influenced by Indo-European languages because of the fact that Indo-Europeans have ruled them for a long time. But what we find is that the Meroitic word and the Sudanese Arabic word for father, Ab, it's also found in Meroitic. Religion, Hazel, pray. It's also in Meroitic. So again, we know in a sense that these words could not, these classical Arabic words could not also be found in Meroitic if the Arabs or Islam took the Semitic languages into the Nile Valley. Because if the Arabs or Islam introduced the Semitic languages in the Nile Valley, as I saw Imhotep and other New Jacks say, based upon their reading of second frequency literature, then there would be no way that you would find these same words in ancient Meroitic. The rise of Islam.
Wow.
100 years before the rise of Islam.
There it is. There it is. Thank you for that, Doc.
The Egyptians claimed that Punt was God's land. The Puntites spoke Semitic languages. Therefore, the Semitic languages are native to the Nile Valley. Let's say that again. The Semitic languages are native to the Nile Valley. Arabic, it didn't come to this land.
First frequency here again. Wow.
As a result, Semitic
Punt, the land of the gods dwell. So the history of Ethiopia as it's told to us is not clarified. When we speak of Kemet, when we speak of southern and northern Egypt, we have to see it extend even into the Canaanite lands. And then we start to see keys to what they have hidden from us all of this time. The trap into religion. It makes us be the denier of our own history.
The Bible actually is a copyrighted book. It's interesting to find out who owns the copyright on the Bible. Who owns the copyright? Who wrote this Bible? And where did it come from? And who put up the money to make it the most important book ever published on the earth? That everybody has a copy of it in their language. Why is it so important? It has to do with the promotion of an ancient secret society and their particular agenda that they have for the world. They were the people behind Adolf Hitler who were promoting the New World Order. And then comes in America, the Bushes with their New World Order. and the Vatican talking about the coming of a new earth, a new world. And the whole New World Order is an old ancient philosophy going back into the ancient world, and it has nothing to do with any people called Israel. The whole area we call today Israel is actually Canaan, and you will find that the Canaanites had a particular language called Phoenician. And the word Phoenician, going back to the ancient Phoenician peoples of the Middle East, give us today the Phoenician language is referred to as Hebrew. In fact, there is no Hebrew language. There is a Hebrew people that speak a language that we call them Hebrews, and therefore we say that they're speaking Hebrew. It's not Hebrew. It's a Phoenician Canaanite language. And we get the word Phoenician gives us our word phony. Comes from Phoenician. Phony and the phonics. And words like that come from Phoenician. So go back and look at the Phoenician people, and you will see that what we call Phoenicia is today referred to as Israel. Israel is the ancient land of Canaan in the Bible. You talk about all the horrible things that were going on in the land of Canaan. And that God cursed the land of Canaan and said it was a terrible place. And to have nothing to do with it. That's in the Bible, in the Old Testament. Well, Canaan today is called Israel. Israel is the land of Canaan today. And this is why this is when you get into the words and terms of where these words come from. And the incredible story about the Canaanite religion, the priests of Canaan, they would offer up sacrifices. Usually it was children. They would burn as a sacrifice. They would kill the children and burn their bodies on an altar. And then, according to the Canaanite religion, they were worshiping. They said they were worshiping the sun. And the Canaanites called the sun Baal, B-A-A-L, Baal. Baal worship was the worship of the sun in the land of Canaan. Go back and look at it. Today, we say that we know that the priests of Canaan who were worshiping Baal, B-A-A-L, Baal as the sun, they were Baal worshippers, and they would offer up human sacrifice. They would kill children and people and then burn their bodies, but they were supposed to eat part of the burned bodies. They were burning the bodies so that God could smell the flesh. He likes smelling burnt flesh. And this is what we're told in the Canaanite religion, that God says, I love the smell of your sacrifices. The sacrifices were human, so when they're burning humans on the altar, God loved the smell of human bodies burning. And so that's where we get this idea that they were Baal worshippers were eating the bodies of their sacrifices. And so they were from Canaan, and so they were Baal worshippers from Canaan, which gives us our word Canaan or cannibal. Cannibal comes from Canaan worshippers of worshiping Baal, Canaan, cannibal. And this is what we call today Israel. Israel is the land of Canaan Baal worshippers, the sun god. The sun being B-A-A-L, Baal, or swastika, or tetragramma, Aton. All of this goes back to the sun worship, moon worship, Venus worship, the worship of the planet Saturn, the worship of the moon. All of these are ancient pagan religions, and nobody today gives a damn. Nobody seems to care. We just go along to get along, and whatever everybody else is doing, that's what we'll do. Everybody's going to the synagogue, good. We'll all go to the synagogue too. Nobody seems to know when they get there where the word synagogue comes from. Why everybody's going to church, we call Christians going to church. You don't know where the word church comes from. You need to go back and get a dictionary and look at the words and what you are supposedly involving yourself in, because you're involving yourself in a dark, ancient secret. And this is why the world is not getting any better, because we are based on lies, deception. There is no such a thing as an ancient Israel. There is no Lord coming back to save us. These are all ancient stories.
People come to us and their teeth are so bad that they all need to be extracted. They all need to be taken out and they need to get brand new teeth. But traditionally, the old way of doing this, it usually can take somewhere up to 10 months sometimes to get your permanent teeth. And Nuvia, what's so incredible is through over 10 years of research, development, a lot of work that went into making a system where we can give people permanent teeth in 24 hours after surgery.
The patient comes in, myself as a restorative doctor, I take measurements for that patient. And the next day, the patient is able to have their permanent smile delivered. We have a very experienced team that does this day in and day out. I think it's easy to look at what Nuvia does as giving people teeth, but really it's so much more than that. We're giving people their life back. We're giving people their health back, their relationships back. It's such a blessing to be a part of an organization that does so much to change people's lives.
1, 2, 3. Yeah! 1, 2, 3. I've changed my life. Oh. Thank you so much.
History tells us that Europe's kings were all white, but hidden in chronicles, in cathedrals, and in statues across the continent are the faces of black rulers who wore the crown. For nearly 800 years, from Spain to Sicily, from France to Germany, black Moors ruled thrones across Europe, and their names were erased. This is their story. 10 forgotten black kings of Europe, whose reigns shaped the very foundations of the West. It begins in the year 711, when a general of African descent crossed the sea from North Africa with an army of Africans. His name was Tariq ibn Ziyad, and the rock where he landed still bears his name, Jabal Tariq, Gibraltar. Christian chroniclers wrote of him with awe and fear. Rodrigo Jimenez de Rada, a Castilian writer centuries later, recalled him as the black-skinned Saracen general who brought ruin upon the Visigoths. The earliest witness, the anonymous author of the Chronicle of 754, painted the moment with terror. The reins of their horses were as fire, their faces black as pitch. The noble Goths were broken in an hour. Oh, luckless Spain! Tariq's arrival was more than a conquest. It was the opening of a new age. His victory shattered the old Visigothic order, and from the ashes rose a new kingdom, Moorish Spain, where Africans would rule on European soil. From that beginning came dynasties. Abd al-Rahman I, a prince of the fallen Umayyad house, fled through Africa after the massacre of his family in Damascus. In 756, he established himself in Cordoba and built a new emirate. The Arab historian al-Makari described him. He was of dark complexion, tall, and of noble African bearing. Abd al-Rahman was more than a survivor. He was a builder. Under him, Cordoba grew into a capital of power and sophistication. Gardens bloomed, libraries multiplied, and the Mosque of Cordoba began to rise, its arches a statement of a new order. He proved that Moorish kings were not simply invaders passing through. They were rulers of Europe itself. Generations later, Abd al-Rahman III declared himself Caliph of Cordoba in 929, making his kingdom the...
So all of these kingdoms extend from certain components that still lead back to that Kushite 18th dynasty. You know, there is just one more thing.
Shalom, everybody. This is Dion Tomley, servant of the Most High Yahuwah, and I'd like to welcome you to another edition of the Deep Revelation series. And this one's going to be a little different because I'm going to get off of my normal studies And we're going to get into something that's been really bothering me. And I've been really coming after this thing for years, since it reared its ugly head. And that is this notion that we are the Aboriginal Native Americans of America, which is such a shameful theory because of how it defames. It actually sort of attempts to nullify the suffering of our forefathers in their trip in the hulls of those ships from Africa to America. And to me, that's probably the most disturbing of all of this, is because they're saying that a lot of these things are lies. And they're saying that, the slave trade and the history thereof is all fabricated, and all of this stuff is made up. And Esau, and he was primarily a mixed breed Indians that are, and you can see those here in this picture here. These are the supposed black Indians. And it's insane because, number one, how could they be Indians when these are photos? These people are circulating photos around the internet. And in 1619, when we were coming over here, there weren't no cameras. There wasn't none of this photography then. I don't understand that. That's madness. But anyway, we're going to get into some deep things because we're going to prove it once and for all. And we're going to assert that, number one, if you're claiming that you're Hebrew, because a lot of these so-called Hebrews, by the names that they call themselves, are trying to associate this harebrained theory with it. And I can't understand that. It's oil and water. It's two different nations, two different breeds of people, two different ethnicities, two different nations, two different peoples. How can they even fathom thinking that these are two different people? We're going to start primarily by...
So we all hear the theories of we're this, we're that, but there's a one connection. And if we learn to track the story, as we go from the 18th dynasty, we're able to go into the whole lineage back into the 25th and the 22nd dynasties, tracking through the Solomonic and everywhere periods. But we're talking about the Zadok priesthoods, which was a Melchizedek, Canaanite teaching that was still the basis in Jerusalem. And when you track the 18th dynasty and the connections to Canaan and what was some of the Canaanite deities that they say they held, they believed in this, or they believed in Asherah, they believed in Qurtesh. But when you go into Kemet, you see that they honored those same names. So it was an understanding of the meaning and of the science behind it. And a lot of times today, we don't have that. We don't see the 26. We don't see the Shin, the sacred fire that comes in 26, comes in the Father's name. When you put Shin in Yahweh, you get Yeshua. So Yeshua was the name of a person that kept the science. And that science goes back to when we speak about Moses and Joshua. Joshua is an Ephraimite. And that science goes back to when Jacob placed his hand on Ephraim. See, so they're giving us messages and cues on how to track and go through the scripture. But a lot of times we don't see the symbols and the signs because we don't have the scale to understand the measurements, the R, the 18th. So I hope that gave some insight as we go into the next part of this next week. Again, we are into the 18th dynasty now, and so we'll be tracking on down from the 18th dynasty. I wanted to play one last video for that Kushite lineage, that Ethiopian lineage. This just is a video off of Facebook.
The Oromo people of Ethiopia are Cushitic and have inhabited East Africa for over 2,000 years. The Oromo are a Cushitic ethnic group native to the Oromia region of Ethiopia and parts of northern Kenya. They speak the Oromo language, which is part of the Cushitic branch of the Afroasiatic language family. Recent estimates have the Oromos at 35.8% of the estimated 128 million Ethiopian population, placing Oromos at a population of 45 million. They are one of the largest ethnic groups in Ethiopia. Historical linguistics and comparative ethnology studies suggest that Oromo people probably originated around the lakes Hir and Chamon. The Oromos have inhabited East Africa, specifically the area south and east of the Bale Mountains, since at least the early first millennium. The aftermath of the 16th century Ethiopian Adal War led to Oromos to move to the north. The Oromos increased their numbers through assimilation as well as the inclusion of mixed.
Baal and Dagon, the ancient gods of the Bible. During ancient times, a god known as Baal
When we
was
start
worshipped
next
throughout
week,
Canaan
we'll
and
go
Phoenicia.
through this
During the Judges period, the
because
practice of
this
Baal worship
Phoenician, this
penetrated.
ball, all of that we're going to use with Baba Clyde, and we're going to trace that all the way across back through to America. And then we're going to show how the connections, when people tell you the Grand Canyon, they tell you about certain elements here. Again, I don't go by the land names that for certain map things, for Bible names in America, because people came here and those names came designated later on, and most of those Bible stories, the characters of those times weren't in those places. So as we track it all the way through, it'll become more prevalent of understanding to see that Kemetic Israelite connection and the science that our ancestors told us, and that how even the Jesus story is a science that our ancestors have been teaching for ages. So it doesn't begin even with Rome. It's not a captive, it's meaning it's knowledge that they took and used and suppressed the hidden science of it to confuse us. So even though some of our brothers and sisters will hold to Christianity, we will have an understanding of Christianity in a higher level so that we are not against them, but we have an overstanding of them. And that is the key to unity, coming to an understanding or overstanding. And that means knowledge and wisdom have come together. Love. Give thanks. Back to you, Jim.
Asebu was a giant with unique physical and spiritual attributes who, along with his brother Fanyi Kwegya, founded the Asebu kingdom in southern Ghana after fleeing Egypt. The legend says Asebu led an army against the Israelites during the Exodus, traveling through Lake Chad and Benin City before settling in Moor. Following the drowning of his men, Asebu could not return to Pharaoh. His name is thought to derive from the Sabu River in Chad. In Ghana, he established his kingdom, with the hunter Nana Adzekase as the first chief of Moor. Asebu became the revered first king of the Asebu, with the kingdom's religious practices centered around water from the Sabu River. His legacy includes the annual Apayemkesi festival, celebrating his memory and leadership. In the central region of Ghana,
Yes, I just wanted to share that. Give thanks. Just wanted to share that history of showing the Akan have a history of coming out of Egypt. The Yoruba have a history of coming out of Egypt. The Dogon. So all of these connections are there. All of these histories connect, and if they coming out of Egypt, and Egypt connects to the Christian story, and Egypt connects to the Sumerian story, and Egypt connects to the American story, and we're talking about a Kushite Ethiopian story, then we're talking about oneness, no division. That's why the greatness of understanding our story, our history is so great. So you see, Ghana has one where they speak about a giant. And when we learn our story, we will truly know we are giants in the lands. Yes, sir. Give thanks. No, it's Judah. But Benjamin is a code. That's why when you go into the man, God, word made flesh, and you go through each one of those names, you start catching on the codes and why the names are named Ben, Jah, Men, or Ben, Amen. So it's all of those are codes. All of those are codes that we start to figure out. Man, God, Word made flesh. Very powerful and good book to start with. To start getting the symbolism strong in your head. Definitely. So in that aspect of just seeing that we can look and see from studying the physiology, the psychology and the psychosis, where we looked at the mother goddess, the star system, then it went into polytheism and monotheism, and we seen how the natural intuition, the understanding of nature depleted, and how the Roman Empire came in, destroying the polytheism. But it's not polytheism, because in all of the polytheistic teachings of our ancestors, there's always the oneness of God. So everything else is representing the archetypal science of the intelligence of the creator in nature. And then the representation of that leadership on earth, which we call Mogonaba, Basilius, King of Kings. So this heritage that we have, it extends. And so when we track the Sumerian teachings and going up into Akkad, and we find they have Dagon, and Dagon goes into the fish god, and then we come down into the Dogons coming in back into Africa, and then you have the Nomon, they have the fish god, and then we go to the Akan, and the Akan, the Dogon, the Yoruba, and all state that they fled from out of Egypt, from out of the invasions, back into Africa in different areas, setting up. So when we speak of the science for the 18th dynasty, and we go into that and we show that the 18th dynasty is the Akhmosian, but the Akhmosian is the Hasmoneans. And that's why when they give you the history of Hasmoneans, they tell you they come from the ancestral house of Akhmosis, but they can't tell you any more about it. It's a code. So we're talking about Akhmosis, the Hasmonean dynasty, and the Hasmonean dynasty staying in the land of the Canaan, in the land of Judea, holding the star king right, the Basilius star king right, and holding that they were the descendants of Zadok, the Canaanite priest. And then we trace Zadok going back into the Kebra Nagas, and Zadok takes us into the Kebra Nagas with his son Azariah as the Ark of the Covenant. See, Zadok was the high priest for Solomon. His son Azariah is the one who has the vision that the Ark of the Covenant goes back into Ethiopia, and him and all of the firstborn sons go back to Ethiopia. So the legacy of those left were saying that they were the rightful of the Zadok priesthood, the Canaanite priesthood, not the Israelite. If they're Zadok, that means they're the Canaanite priesthood. So this is Hasmoneans. And in the Hasmonean stories, we hear about how the Jews tell it, but in the book of the Ethiopian Maccabees, the Maccabees in the Ethiopian book explain that they fought Israel. Just like this giant of Ghana says, he fought Israel. So what does it mean? So when we go to studying Samaria and all of that, and who is what and how the language is kind of twerked as they say it, it's going to come clearer of this Kemetic lineage and what was what and how there was an intertrade. And we go into that Hyksos, we go into Aram and Cam, the division in the Ethiopian kings list, and that Aram, the lineage of Aram, had dealt with the fallen ones, the Nephilims. So our history, our story is clear. It's just the inception of the European and our own division that capitalizes against us. And so as we learn our truth, we'll become even more powerful in our mind so that we can bring forth the solutions to overcome our oppressor, our colonizer, our enslavers. Yes, sir.
Sweetest thing I've known, the love that he has shown to me, and I can hear it in your tone, and I'm ready to say I do. Love is redefined when I look into your eyes. And and all the world taught me were lies. Now my eyes can see the truth. And I'm ready to learn to love you. And I'm ready to follow you as you follow Yah. Yes, I will do my part. Yes, and do 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 do. Yeah, yeah, do 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 do. Yeah, yeah, do 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 do. Ooh, do, do, ooh. You give me new life, and you set my spirit free. And I'm so proud to be your wife. I pray you give me what you need. Help me. I'm ready to learn to love you. I'm ready to follow you as you follow Yah. Yes, I will do my part. Yeah, just be patient with me. Read the newspaper today. Babylon has got to pay. Yeah, raped a daughter of Zion. They raped a daughter of Zion. Wickedness has reached a peak. Judgment's coming, oh, can't you see? Yes, sinner man, fall to your knees and hear the roar of the lion. Yeah. Ooh, and I'm praying for the mountains to crumble, and I'm praying for the winds to blow, and I'm praying for the earth to rumble, and I'm praying, and I'm praying thy judgment come. Ooh, thy judgment. Hear the rattling of the bones, yes. Flesh and sinew has been restored, yes. This ain't a battle, y'all, this is war, yes. This ain't a battle no more, it's war, yeah. Armor up, suit up and ride. Holy Malachim at your side. Behold the glory of your bride, yes. Behold the glory of your bride, yeah. Ooh, and I'm praying for the mountains to crumble, yes, and I'm praying for the winds to blow, and I'm praying for the earth to rumble, and I'm praying, thy judgment come.
This is the HP OmniBook X Flip. It has a super versatile 2-in-1 form factor, so it's like having multiple
Give thanks in the name of His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari.